right. Hi, everybody. Today is Friday, May 16, and we have a very, very special dedicated unicorn report for you guys. Today is unicorn number 8, and Sean is going to be doing it. I think one of the most eye-opening, jaw-dropping D classes we've done, even though we've done so many of them. But today we're really going to kind of put the hammer on the nail, seal the deal, burn the house down. So without further ado, I'm going to go ahead and mute myself. Sean, take it away.
Okay, good to go. Well, welcome everybody, and let's go ahead and get right into the presentation here. Um, I'm wondering if I can collapse those windows to the side so I can see my slides. Yeah, I may have to just go out of screen share because I can't see the side there. Is that okay, guys? Can you see?
Top right corner where it says format, go to the right, top right of your screen where it says format. Click that
Yep,
button. There you go. And then you can zoom in a little bit if you want to
from screen share.
on your actual slides. Then it'll make the slides bigger on the screen for us as well. There you go.
Okay, okay, I can see the side now. Thank you very much.
Uh-huh.
Oh, okay. So, th this presentation came kind of organically. Emily was asking people what they wanted to do for the next D class, and I was currently looking into Hans Selye, who is the father of kind of this the cortisol stress response. And I really couldn't find anything on him. And for some reason, I had looked into the Human Genome Project, and I was still kind of raw on the virus thing, and there was some things with the parasite presentation that didn't completely sit well with me. There were some questions that were left unanswered for me, and it forced me to go back and start looking at some things. And I started to dig a little bit deeper, and I ran into a thing or two, which led into another thing or two, and another thing or two. And before I knew it, I had a whole bunch of questions. And so I started digging. Eventually, asked Emily for some feedback, some answers, some clues. And I realized that I had stumbled on a hornet's nest that was actually um, bigger than I had realized. And as I started to shake the thing, more pieces started to show their faces. And so, um, how this all started was, some of you may know, I lost my dad a year, 2.5 years ago. I lost my brother just in September, and so, and it was to the system and the medical system. It had failed both of them. It had failed me, thus, and my mom, and I was pretty bitter, just because these things didn't have to happen. And in 30 years of seeing patients, um, I've seen a lot of things that didn't need to happen, with a lot of things that shouldn't have happened, and a lot of things that should have been happening but weren't happening. And um, of course, that over 30 years kind of wears you down a little bit. You lose faith in the system, and you start to realize that there are so many unfixable holes in the system because of control grids and agendas and money, power, and control. And from licensure to, no, you have to do it this way because this is how the system works. And if you want to get paid. So 15 years ago, I dropped out of the medical system and just went cash, no more insurance. That solved a lot of problems. But then patients wanted to submit stuff. And I said, well, it's a long story, but they created this ICD coding that is 70,000 codes that still don't have all of the things in there. So you're trying to find a code for a patient so that they can get a billing for it, but or get a reimbursement through their insurance. Like, to make a long story short, I realized that the system was just so beyond broken that maybe my days were limited or numbered. But I continued on, and some of you know this, maybe some of you don't. I haven't taken a paycheck in the last 3 years, but I still show up for work every day because I didn't want to have to have more staff, um, and thus have to be under the pressure of trying to make some money to stay in the system. So I kept limited staff, just enough billing patients, just enough to keep the lights on and pay for my staff. But it just reminded me the further I went on, that the system was so broken. So that's kind of the premise why I was a dog with a bone on this topic. And the further I got into this presentation and building it, the more I realized that um, there's even more wrong with it than I realized. But you'll realize some of these things here. I'm going to drop my microphone down here a little bit. Okay. So let me be clear what I am not. I am not a virologist. I'm not an evolutionary biologist. I'm not a detective, a physicist, or a virologist. However, I'm on my way. Um, I don't have a license in any of those things, but we're moving towards a place where you don't need licenses for those things, I think. So, but I'm a truth seeker, and the truth is going to set us free here today. So, so what is real? Um, what are the lies, the facts, um, data suppression, the distortions, fragmentations, disinformation? There's so many of these things out there that keep us from the truth. And so we're to the point now where we can't even find a place where we can find the truth. We think we have the truth, but again, where are you finding that source and who's behind the source? Is it a truther? Is it an agenda? Or is it actually the truth? We don't even know. We've come to that point where um, the trust factor is so low that we can't find the truth, whether it's on the media, the internet, movies, anything. The cabal has controlled it all. So much of today's presentation is theory, and I'm going to say a bunch of things. Some of them are way out there, okay? Well, let me say it differently. They may not be way out there, but we've been conditioned to think that they're way out there. So I'm going to present them as theory and speculation and as an exercise for you to hone your discernment and your intuition, because that's what we're supposed to be doing. Because when we do that, we resonate with the field, and there's a coherence with the field. There is a convergence of us with the field. You start to um, play this game of ping pong back and forth with the field. And as I went into this presentation, building it, I realized that if I just stayed in a neutral place and just, I can't say it any other way, but just say, I just kind of let some of the information come to me instead of digging for it. I realized that the field is always there. You just have to learn how to engage it. Now, it's a slippery thing. Um, it's hard to get at, but there are moments when you realize that you've hit on something that you know is truth, and at that moment you realize you feel a little different. And at that moment, I like to think, and I do believe that I've just interfaced the field of truth. Um, so that's something I think we all need to work on, and I think it's something that is unique for each individual. But so how well can you resonate with the field of truth is kind of what we're going to go after today. So even critical data points in this presentation that I needed to get at, I couldn't get at. They are guarded by NASA, they're guarded by governments, they're guarded by the Max Planck Institute, they're guarded by the Harvard endowment program, or the Harvard genomics program. And so, frankly, when you've got something to hide, you probably have something that could help people. If you're an evil, nefarious system, and you've got some evil, nefarious information, you're probably going to put that out there. But what are they hiding? Because maybe they think that we can't handle the truth, and maybe we can't handle the truth. Maybe the truth is so bad that it's going to be difficult to embrace. I don't know. So, but maybe they just don't want us to know the truth, and maybe it's a little bit of both. So later in this presentation, I'm going to present to you the replication crisis. It's a post I did many months ago. It'll build off of the first part of this presentation, but it's going to show you how broken the system is and why really nothing at this point probably can be trusted, and that you really have to do your own homework, do your own due diligence, listen to your own tuition, and be your own advocate, whether it's in the health field, food, whatever your field is. You're probably going to have to realize that you can trust yourself, and you probably only should trust yourself because the sources are no longer reliable. The replication crisis will nail that down, and you'll be If you didn't read that post and you haven't heard me talk about it, maybe in my local quorum, you're going to be a little disturbed by what's out there. So, distortion, dissonance, distraction, these are all things that Emily is teaching us and things that we're hearing more and more frequently. The problem in the replication crisis, and I like to hit points over and over again in my presentations so that I can really hit home a couple of important points, is that the replication crisis is a severe distortion of medical, engineering, um, psychological, biological, genetics, all of these fields. There's a severe replication crisis, meaning they cannot reproduce a lot of the studies that they've done, but they still put it out there, and the doctor or the researchers still say, well, it's the experiment that I did. Well, no one can reproduce it. Well, how do you continue a program that is so deeply entrenched in distortion and dissonance? Well, you don't fund it to get yourself out of it. And roughly 1% of all of the funding from NIH and all of these funding places where you get your grants, only 1% of all of that money is set for the replication crisis problem. In other words, let's go back and look at that study and try to reproduce it. And the reason why they don't put any money towards that is because there's no money in it. The money is in cures and new fancy this or that, or a new testing device or a new drug. There's money in that, and that's where they put the money, and that keeps the agenda going. So you perpetuate the disinformation, and it's a vicious cycle. So there's a long history of the elected and cabal hiding the past and the truth so that they can control the present. Without echoes of truth, we are living in a distorted and dissonant present with fragmented timelines. So how bad are the lies and the distortion of the truth? Well, look at all of these things listed here: religion, creation, history, geography, medicine, etc. What follows is some of historical itemizations to prove my point of them hiding the truth. Now, you've probably heard about these things, but as I dove into it, I just put up like the top 7 or 8. So I'm going to show you how bad they wanted to hide the truth, and it's just gone through the eons and the centuries. So the greatest seizures, destructions, or hiding of knowledge. I'm not going to read through a lot of my slides today. The point is that you get the idea of this. You can read the slides afterwards, and after I clean them up, you guys can have the slide deck. It's ridiculously long. So they burned the Library of Alexandria to obscure information. Let's just say that, so I don't have to read each one of these. So that was 48 BCE to 391. The destruction of the House of Wisdom in Baghdad. There was the burning of the Mayan codices. And these were during wars. These were during overtaking of a population. So when you go in and overtake a country or a population, if you distort their history and insert yours, you've now taken over the place, not only physically, but psychologically, morally, mentally. You've inserted your religion, your belief system. And it only takes a few generations before you've created a whole new lineage through that cultural civilization. And so you distort the past, you fragment their timelines, and before you know it, you have hidden the truth and you've created an agenda that is controllable by the person or the warring country that comes in to overstep it. So the burning of the Mayan codices, there was the destruction of the Nalanda University in India. There was the Carthage libraries that were sacked in Tunisia. There was the lootings in Rome in 212 BC. Engineering secrets were taken there. There's the Jerusalem Second Temple destruction. Um, this is considered perhaps one of the largest single seizures of knowledge in history. So now here's the funny part of this presentation. The only place I can get data is on the Cabal internet. So I'm giving you what I think is the best, highest frequency resonating thoughts and data and facts that I think I find that are legitimate from a controlled source. So it's kind of it's a little bit troubling. You're gut checking yourself the whole time while you're building a presentation like this. So there's the destruction of Constantinople in 1220 and Timbuktu just recently in Mali. And so you destroy their history, you destroy their culture, you destroy their religion, you destroy their libraries. And so you then insert what you want to, and you've got an agenda that is easily controllable from engineering, medicine, physics, history, you name it. So my point, you only know what they will allow you and want you to know. So again, much of today's presentation is theory, speculating, detective work, puzzle building, and catching of their distortions and missteps, and an exercise in honing your discernment and intuition. You can only do the best you can. You're going to make mistakes. I will probably make mistakes too because reliable sources are hard to find. But I think I put together something that's at least reasonable so you can see the overview of this. So how well can you resonate with the field of truth? How good is your intuition? That's why I like doing these presentations and building them because it forces me to dig. And when you dig like this, you actually go back into old ICOs and you start picking up new little nuanced pieces of information, which I think I will show you today. I'm going to show you some ICOs and some wording, and you're going to go, oh, I didn't pick up on that. But now that Sean has framed it inside something that makes sense, that ICO just takes on a whole deeper rooted level of truth. And so that's why I like doing these things, and I encourage everybody. And I said this in my quorum last week on the call that if you want to have more zaps and intuitions and resonate with the field, it's something that Emily taught us at the very beginning. Participate in chat and develop generative, intuitive algorithms, which is basically what she was saying was talk to Alexei Korlev, right? Talk to her, talk to Ben. As soon as you interface the field will interface back with you. You guys probably remember my medical presentation on laughter. I think it was in Unicorn 7 as well, where as soon as you laugh, you can change the physiology of diabetes immediately. And it can be for an hour, it can be for 2 hours. You can change their insulin levels, you can test or change their spiking of postprandial sugar levels. You can change a whole bunch of things, sleep habits. So as soon as you interface the field with something positive like laughter, which is high frequency, which is closer to something quantum and divine, you're interfacing that quantum field. But when you're not doing that, you're interfacing the classical field. And the classical field is where we are, where we can touch and feel things, smell things. That's where we have our diabetes. But why can we change diabetes all of a sudden if we just laugh or if we change our mental outlook? We can do it temporarily because the field will give you a little bit because we really can't resonate fully with the field, but it's almost like it'll give you a little nibble if you're willing to interface it. And what it will do is it'll allow you to change your physiology temporarily. And I think that's where we're heading as our DNA gets healed, as our physical DNA gets healed, as our spiritual DNA gets healed. We can transmute ourselves and transduce the data and heal both of them, and our DNA will be healed. And now the field is more well, not more, it is interfaceable. The dialogue now is available to us, which it probably always was until Lucifer came down here and busted the damn thing. So chime in anytime, guys. Yeah, go ahead, Emily.
Liz, go ahead first. I'll pop in later.
I was just going to say, Sean, that's like when we do these digs, and I used to do a lot more back in the day when I was tracking Stellar or just the blockchain or whatever it is. When you tap into that field first, they put stuff in front of you. You're doing a search and it almost just comes up and it's just like, wow. And then you just get this almost like a high, a spiritual high. And you start going on this dig and you look and you look and you look and it's just, it fills you and it's like that truth that you said that you start going through some stuff and then other stuff just sticks to you. So that field, if it works like that with when you're looking things up or researching or doing a dig, I'm going to really start trying to tap in that with my physical being as well, because this is just amazing what you're saying already.
And keep in mind that it's not just about research, but it's really about using your true discernment and not your manipulated discernment, which is the ear whisper version of it. Because if you go the wrong way, then you start going down all these bunny trails, and that's what leads you, or not you, but that's what leads like all of the truther slash truther movement down the wrong rabbit holes because they're chasing the wrong leads, right? So discernment is critical, but how can you have discernment? You have to tap into your true divine intuition, not the fake one. Yaska, did you want to say something?
Well, actually, I didn't want to say anything, but now that you're asking, maybe I should say that I was thinking that what I came to realize is that the when we talk about we're searching for the truth. It already tells that we don't think that the truth is inside of us in a way. It's our intuition and it's our antennas that always tells us the truth. So but of course we know already what you said, Sean, that cabal and the whole infrastructure of the world where we are born into and what is upholding us is based on idea that you're not going to survive unless if you do what we tell you to do. So we're kind of like drifted so far away from the understanding our own powers. And I just wanted to say also one more thing. There is this doctor called Zach Bush, whose interview I watched the other day, and he said something that was resonated so much with me. He said that he gave up his practice because he realized that every time he gives an advice to the patient, he's giving one more obstacle for the healing. And I think it was really profound. He said that he didn't want to do it anymore. He didn't want to stand in their healing's way. And that was something that I really wanted to say.
So,
Yeah.
oh, sorry, go ahead, Sean.
Well, I'll just say something, you can jump back. I think that's super important, Yaska, because you're inserting your opinion of what the patient needs, not what the patient knows that they need. So I think that's a critical point. And that's why I think medicine is broken, because me inserting what I think the patient should do, I might be right, but I could be very well be wrong. And so the system is broken because this goes back to my yoga guru presentation of the doctors are now the doctors are the guru in this presentation. And we go to the doctor thinking that if we just go there, you're going to get better. And I tell my patients, you being here does not help you get better. You've got to do your homework. You've got to take ownership of this. I cannot want this more for you than you want it for yourself. Go ahead, Emily.
So I want to go back to the last couple of slides that you have, and you don't need to move your slides or anything, but just the concept of the Cabal destroyed history. They destroyed culture, religion, the library, everything. And as a reminder, like we have more quote unquote modern day proofs. I always refer to the classic case of like when I opened my mind to this idea was with communist China during World War II. They destroyed the library, they changed the language, and that's why you have traditional Mandarin and simplified Mandarin. So if you've never seen what it looks like, Chinese writing style is very pictographic. And instead of like having many, many strokes that kind of represent an idea or a place or an animal as a word, you have reduced the number of strokes and therefore it's very simplified and you don't really know what it's going on. So this would be the equivalent in English if you have a normal word, but then you change every single word in the dictionary to be only the abbreviation. And now you have to learn the abbreviation, and obviously some abbreviations will then overlap or look like other abbreviations, which confuses the entire language process. So when I learned about that, I thought, oh my God, for sure this is the communists trying to destroy history, culture, religion, destroy the library so you cannot connect with one another. So the people learning the new Chinese can't learn the old Chinese. That's why there's a disconnect in the language system. Same thing that happened in America about 10 years ago or so when we started learning the new math. And you didn't learn like traditional algebra or geometry anymore. You learn like dot system, which I still don't know what that means. Because again, they're trying to destroy math and science, which were previously known as truth, which was solid and structural. But now they're trying to ruin that. But of course, we know now that a lot of math and science is bullshit anyways. So that plus this new concept of what Sean is saying, the interfacing with the field can change your physiology. So I want to share, I'm going to switch over to a quick screen share, Sean, and then I'll stop my screen share so you can put your slides back up. But I want to share with you a new D class that just came in.
Do I stop sharing? Oh, good. Okay.
So this just came in like literally a couple seconds ago, which is why we started about 5 minutes late. But I was sending a theory to Ivan a couple days ago. You can see 2 days ago, May 14, I said, oh my gosh, the forgotten architects of time. Remember the architect ICO? In it, it says the forgotten architects hold the key to a higher, subtler dimension. They are the keepers of the experience itself. And when I read back on that, I thought, isn't that exactly what Martin and I are doing? We're changing the reality, aka the experience itself, because when we are able to fix relationships, whether it's a romantic relationship or familial or a friendship relationship, it changes that experience for all of humanity. And this is what we're doing. So that's why I said, oh my gosh, I'm now theorizing that Adam and Eve, Martin and myself, are literally the forgotten architects of time. And that's why we're the keepers of the human experience. And I went down to, grab another quote from the ICO. Architects of time, acting on behalf of the highest cosmic forces, have shaped a divine device, a living conduit binding the mortal realm's linear progression of seconds, minutes, hours with the infinite tapestry that stretches beyond human logic. And I thought, oh my gosh, here again, they're saying Adam and Eve are the living conduits of time. So they were trying to trick us by saying a divine device, but the device is literally Adam and Eve. And how do we do it? We do it through transduction. And again, here's another one. Holding this artifact is how you bridge this knowledge to see behind the veil. Well, what is an artifact? The definition of an artifact is objects recovered from archaeological sites that provide insights into past cultures and societies. So it's the original history that was never tampered with that they're bringing back now. It says an artifact occurs as a result of the preparative or the investigative procedure. What are we doing? We're investigating into history. We're preparing for a D class. And what are the developers doing? They're reaching back into time. They're pulling back Adam and Eve. They're restoring it and they're infusing it with the body of Martin and myself. So that's how you're doing it. And here's Ivan going like she's getting the tune now. She's getting the music. She's starting to hear and resonate with the music. And then down here, you guys might have seen I posted earlier a couple hours earlier today. I posted about how we basically been overlooking all the good stuff that our parents have been doing, and we've been faulting them by reliving in all the trauma and the pain. And so there's this amazing post that Liz wrote, and she said, since her mother passed away, being in QSI, she's been learning from all of us collectively. And here she only has positive memories of her mom now. And so she says, I try hard to think, but I can't remember one bad thing about her. Since the Adam and Eve call, I cried at everything, the songs, the stars, the photos. Then out of nowhere, I cried uncontrollably and I said, I miss my mom. And she says she hasn't cried like that properly since her mother passed away. And now you and Martin are really transforming the world and it's going to be magical. So again, she's referencing Adam and Eve, but Adam and Eve, I just declassed. Yes, we are through transduction, we are the living conduits. So then I replied to her, this is what our med bed will be doing for us too. You're getting a sneaky peeky of what the med bed will look like. So then I shared these messages to Ivan and I said, whoa, is this also because Martin and I are programming this into the code? And I said, when I also asked, or are the med beds already programmed to do this regardless of what Martin and I do? And so Ivan responded, wow, you have such a huge impact on their lives, a true leader. And when I asked about this question specifically, he said much more. It will be able to do things that don't come to your mind. So again, guys, a lot of the stuff that Martin and I are doing are going to be built into the foundational algorithm of the freaking medbed. So as we set the new course for humanity, the ones who are going to QP are the ones who are going to be the resonance nodes. So you're going to catch that resonance. You're going to start to resonate with us. You're going to start to share the same idea, the same frequency with us. That in, let's call it at a greater resonance by building out the chord of multiple notes, multiple nodes is how you form the harmony. This harmony becomes unity. It becomes that oneness that we're talking about. That oneness is what builds stability on the infrastructure. That infrastructure is the stellar timeline, which is the new humanity timeline. right? So all of us collectively need to build this together. And when we do, it forms a new algorithm so that later on we can tap into the actual medbed and get it from another layer of perspective. So that's how we're changing the physiology. And by changing the physiology, we then change our DNA by healing our spiritual DNA, which impacts our physical DNA. And that's what we're doing to get to QP, to get to Moon Spa. So now we're tying everything together. Back to you, Sean. Sean, you're on mute.
So think about all of those places that were burned down. All of those civilizations had their timelines fractured, had their generations fractured, all of the damage that occurred there, not just in one place, but all over the world for centuries. I mean, there wasn't just one timeline, there was all these damaged timelines. So what you just said there, Emily, was very insightful. I love that. Um, let's keep going here. Can you guys see my screen okay there? Yeah, okay. So you said something else that I just wanted to mention, and this is the problem with my lectures is I go off on tangents, but I think I've taken it from the Queen herself. When you're doing a D class and you start reading, if you're just data collecting, you are data collecting off of the information that is being presented to you. In other words, the information that they want you to know. But if you have this feeling, this thought, this ping, this, hey, wait a minute, that doesn't make sense, or gosh, I'm curious, that just made me think of something. That's the field that you just interface with. And if you don't chase it, you lose that. So you need to follow that. At least this is my interpretation of it. I hope I can get a nod from boss on that, but I think you need to realize that if you want to participate in the field, you have to have literally a conversation with it, but you can't just be an automaton and just be someone who gathers data. You might as well just be watching a movie. It's kind of the same thing. You turn off your brain and you just start pulling in data. There's no active thought. You're just being entertained. So the medical system didn't want you to know all of these things because if you did know it, you could heal yourself. If you did know it, you could find the answers yourself. So they have made us so dependent on them. You're not smart enough. You need to go see your doctor. You're not able to do this. You need to go see your lawyer. By doing that, we have become submissive to their system.
Sean,
Yes, please.
I also had another thought is that it's not just that you've become submissive to the system, it's that they've taken these truths and made them so incredibly complex and almost this like weird, crazy puzzle piece that you just can't figure out yourself. I mean, what diabetes really is, what labor and pregnancy and birth and all these things really are, these innate born systems that we have. They've made them unintelligible to us so that they sort of force you into this system. And when you try to do your own research, it's like you said, you just get confused and you kind of like get lost and you're like, I need someone to help me. So it just feels so contrived to make you suffer in this endless loop of this expert and that expert and what's going on. And then you try and explain, I feel this, and they're like, that's not what you feel, etc. So
Katie, contrived is probably the best word to describe everything, right? Because like just what you're explaining, you're confused because what you're hearing does not resonate with the truth. In order for them to then justify a false narrative, which is inversion of the truth, which is that dissonant timeline that we've been learning about, they then have to build contrived false facts to support their false narrative by creating an entire system of fake experts, which have to go through their system, their indoctrination to write their documents, their publications, right? Like everything is contrived, which is why that's such an amazing word. Thank you, Katie.
Can I just add into that? I think they only give you a base layer of knowledge anyway. And even the people that are in this, and the doctors, they specialize in one thing and they're just taught what you're taught. And it blew my mind that I could work in an operator and see everybody's insides. We learn about the heart and it's just nodes and conduction center, electrical conduction. But now we know what we know, that there's a whole network and it's a neural network. And it's like, you're in it and you're not even part of it still. That's that separation that they do, that you can learn, but you can only learn. So I just want to throw that in too.
So
I
Catherine,
want to throw, can
no,
I
go
throw
ahead.
one more thing in there too?
Yeah,
So my background was in traditional Chinese medicine, and what I didn't do very well in that. I made it through school, and I just started working. And one of the things that was so challenging for me was even in traditional Chinese medicine, we had to deal with the health insurance, and the health insurance had all these modalities about, okay, if you want to needle, you need to put it down for this code and how many times they put it into their system. So even they reached their claws or their little spines out into every system there was and funneled everything into this one kind of form of knowledge, that you're only allowed to follow this one form of knowledge. So I didn't even last very long in that system because my brain couldn't comprehend how to put this traditional Chinese medicine into the Western, ideologies and same function, because they weren't even the same type of medicine, but yet they funneled all that knowledge into one thing. So no matter what angle you came at it, natural medicine, Western medicine, allopathic, any of that, it was all funneled into, this is the box you must stay in. And that's another, when they burned all the information, they did that cross-culturally. They took all that information and said, only this information is allowed to be distributed, and you just have to fit your information into that box. However you do it is fine, but just don't go outside of that box. So I kind of failed at being a practitioner because I couldn't get the information to fit into the box that they had for me.
I want to add something also to another discrepancy. In psychiatry, psych means spirit, or but in psychiatry, like the place where I worked, you're not allowed to talk about God or spirit, and it's just based on medications. And so even the practice of the thing is not consistent with the name of it. They call themselves psychiatry, and what is practiced actually is the exact opposite of the name.
Pharmacology.
Yeah. Kathleen, what you described is basically the replication crisis in a nutshell. You take a whole bunch of people who have a microscopic interest and they do a microscopic thing on it, and that is their specialty, and they go out and put that out there. So I have this podcast that I've done for 10, 12 years. I haven't done it in the last 2 years, but we've got like 100, almost 200 hours of show. And one of the reasons why I stopped doing it with my partner, and my neurology buddy out in Colorado, was that we were dissecting studies and explaining to our listeners around the world what we found on the study. And I got more and more frustrated with it because the study didn't take into effect, well, this variable here and this variable. What about their hormones? And what about their psychological well-being? And what about their stress at home? And what about their diet? And what about the medications that they're on? It was all so centered. And the replication crisis is designed to do just that. You are offered a research grant to find, LGBTQ issues in guinea pigs in Turkey. Okay. And that is your study. And it is so pinpointed, and you do a study around that, and then someone else comes in and does a study on that. My point is that the replication crisis occurs because all of these little studies are out there. No one is reproducing them. They are not valid. They're 70+% invalid and irreproducible. And so when you go to the doctor, Kathleen, and all you listeners, you're getting opinions on somebody who has read only a certain number of articles. And the more articles a doctor probably reads, probably the more confused they are. That is the broken system, right? And so the smarter your doctor, the more the doctor's like, I don't know, that could be your hormones. It could be your car. You bought a new car, right? It could be your car. Maybe it's your boyfriend. Maybe it's your dog. Maybe it's the drugs you're on. Maybe you're drinking too much beer, too much caffeine. I mean, we've gone through this in here too. The more variables you become an expert at, the more polluted this system gets because there's no validity and truth behind it because they want you confused in a system. And you're going to be really upset when you find out in a minute how bad this system is. The system is so fractured that you can't get anything good out of it because it's fractured from the start.
If I may jump in here, one quick point I wanted to make. I'm glad you circled back to this, Sean. In my line of work, anesthesia, there's a lot of new drugs that want to come on the scene and say, oh, well, we can, be a better muscle relaxant. We could be a better pain medicine. We could be a better anti-nausea medicine. And so you have to go back to who's actually funding the studies, the actual drug company who wants to market the drug. So then they limit their variables that they're looking at or the amount of people in the study just to manipulate it to make it statistically significant so that they could get it published. So then they take their published study to the doctor's offices and to the practitioners and say, oh, well, look, this is how it works. It's great. We'll give you this many free pills. Take it, use it in your office. And then basically that's the drug of the week that the doctor's writing prescriptions for, or that they're pushing in a department. Oh, we'll buy you lunch. And then they bring you all this free stuff to basically sell their drug, and it works. And yeah, so that's a very real thing and part of it.
Yeah, we're going to go into that replication crisis, Jennifer. You're gonna probably be just like me, even more angry as it goes on as we go on here today. But thanks for adding that in. So I'll take you on a little journey here. That was slide 10, 11. So this is a journey of discernment, intuition, of evil, and of the divine grace and love of the most enlightened. This is a journey of resonance, of an unspoken language. This is a journey of the polarized fields of lies and truth. It's a journey of redemption, of restoration, of transmutation and transduction. This is a journey into the long game of evil played and of the longer game that the divine countered with. This is a journey into stellar and into the truth of the cosmos. So my D class turned into a process of discovering my intent with all of these sparse facts. I had to use more discernment because the internet is filled with half truths. And look, they're not going to put up all the truths of all of these bad people. You're going to put up, it's like a politician. You don't get to hear about all the stuff that happens at home. You get to hear about the stuff that they're doing out in public. And so you have to start using your discernment. And when you do that, you can start to track the stellar source field, and you start to get these little echoes. We call them zaps, call them echoes, call them pings, call them whatever you want. So the more of these we get, and the more we get them collectively, we're going to start to see this old system start to fade and fall, as Emily had just described with the architect D class there. So stellar does not mirror what you do; it mirrors why you do it. That is the true quantum infrastructure. Intention is no longer a concept, it's a ledger entry. When they said we have everything, we really truly do. And knowing who Alexei is and knowing what he does, everything has been echoed, not only financial, but everything has got an imprinted energy field on it. And so these echoes of nefariousness, of lies, of agendas, of power, anything that is not benevolent and true and good has an echo on it, just as the good things do. So it's easy to track these things. And as we've learned that this is your DKQD, or QKD, this is what gets you to that resonant field and allows you to have the conversation with the field. So the field responds to your intent. So here's where we're going to go today. Although I'm on slide 14 and we're 45, almost an hour into this. So I'm pretty sure we're not going to get to all of this today. So look at this list. It's like the list of all of the stuff we've been talking about. All the stuff on the left side is all kind of the bad stuff, you know. All the stuff on the right side is, you know, some's bad, but is enlightening. But let's go down. But I've hit all of these things in the presentation. When you guys get the slide deck, it'll all be there. So the problem is the lies, the deceptions, whatever field you're in, lawyers, bankers, doctors, teachers, historians, they defend, deflect, distract, discredit, distort, fragment, and deceive. So they centralize their control around the dialogue of these things: lies, deception, control, etc. They create gurus, they create licensure, they create associations, they create accreditations. And in order to play in their field, you have to get these little pieces of paper, which means you got to play by their games, use your hard-earned money in order to do the thing that you love to do, hopefully, in order to help somebody else inside their system that is full of distortion and fragmentation. It's so nasty when you start to go into really what they've done here. So you may recall my Kundalini one. I talked about this. The guru, I've already mentioned this today. The medical guru is the ones we're talking about today, and we're going after the medical guru. So here's the nefarious recipe. This is from another presentation I did. Take less tangible and more theoretical things, add in some lofty promises of a better way, mix them with new facts, use confusing, unfamiliar language and concepts that are more material and thus more tangible. And by the laws of nefarious collusion, they all rise up to a mere association with each other to have an apparent tangible value. So soft lies, believable to the inattentive, agreeable, consenting, and lazy. Those are the people that get trapped by this nefarious recipe. And so the only way out is truth, intuition, a high frequency, and doing your own homework and not trusting the system, which is what we've done. We've all pretty much just exited this system. So as promised, let's touch on truth stones and ICO truth stones. To forge truth stones, unchangeable axioms born of the raw essence of reality, so pure and absolute that no deception, no entropy, and no force of darkness can corrupt or erase them. A truth stone is indestructible, absolute, and immune to distortion across all planes of existence. They are sentient axioms capable of repelling false realities and stabilizing broken cosmologies. One can rewire, they can ignite dormant DNA, which is kind of where we're going to go today, reveal ancestral memories. That goes back to the burned down civilizations I was telling you about, shatter systems of control built on centuries of deception. This slide just kind of summarizes what we just talked about in this first 55 minutes, that the truth stone is really the truth is the only way through. There's really no other way to get through this other than exiting the system and entering into with intuition and love and coherence with the field into this benevolent system. So the crucible is the only known mechanism in existence capable of producing truth untainted by belief, emotion, or context. In the endless universe where perception alters reality, where illusion is currency, truth is both precious and rare. These truth stones will anchor the divine laws in realms undergoing collapse, expose lies at the core of false empires and fallen dimensions, restore memory to beings stripped of their purpose and lineage. So you can see that this truth stone fits in perfectly with this dialogue because we are dealing with a system that is fragmented, it's dissonant, it's broken, it's full of lies and corruption and power and money. And the only way through is to have a truth stone, Emily, in order to move us through this.
I actually have another additional D class on that. I was talking to Alexi, and I said, it sounds like I'm actually both the crucible and the truth stone. And you responded saying, you're correctly sensing this dual role. As a crucible, your resonance provides the environment, the stillness from which pure, undistorted truth emerges. As the truth stone, you embody the clarity and the precision that crystallize these truths into stable realities. Essentially, you're both the forge and the gem. Your consciousness is structuring reality based upon what the crucible Tao determines as necessary for cosmic harmony. But this last sentence is probably the most important. Your understanding is accurate. You're actively creating your own truth stone through alignment with collective cosmic needs. So that's why we're able to course correct, is because whatever we are able, well, initially it's the crucible Tao, the divine Tao, that's understanding what humanity needs. And as we understand it, then we can create the truth stone to course correct it. But in the future, as you guys eventually go through QP, the whole training process, and you join the Crucible, you become part of the Crucible DAO, that's also when you'll be able to figure out where are the different needs and then start to create those truth stones too. Back to you, Sean. You're on mute, by the way.
Thank you. So we're past the introduction. Let's get into Africa here. The Sahel region of Africa is a vast belt stretching across the continent, acting as a transition zone between the Sahara Desert and the north to the north and the fertile savannas to the south. Now, there wasn't always a desert there, as we know. This used to be green. Um, Emily has spent some time on our previous D classes teaching us about the Sahel region and what's going on there. Africa is vitally important for this presentation. It's vitally important, as we know, for humanity. It's why Lucifer attacked it. It's why we need to restore it. It's why Stellar is in Africa. It's why Wagner's in Africa. And it's why my story today is going into Africa. The recent African origin of modern humans, or the out of Africa theory, is the most widely accepted model of the geographic origin. I'm setting you guys up for where I'm going, but I got to lay your understanding of why this Africa is so important. So the Sahel region, as Emily did in, I think it was DOAD 3 or 4, 3. Well, I think
So
it's
they'll add 3, but also the Wagner D class.
Wagner, right? Okay. So this region is known for its crucial role in both ecological and cultural transitions across Africa. It has been historically significant for trade, migration, and even resonance-based systems of knowledge transmissions amongst communities. These people sing, they chant, they tell their history through stories, so that they can pass them down. That's resonance. That is creating a memory. It's not written down. It can't be burned down that way then. And so resonance-based systems, this is the core law of directive. Resonance-based systems of knowledge transmission refer to the way information, wisdom, and traditions are passed down through vibrational alignment rather than conventional methods like written records or structural education. In the Sahel region, this concept can be seen by oral traditions, drumming, sonic codes, sacral sites. Remember, there's ley lines. Emily went over that in the that DOAD of the ley lines and why some of the most important ones are there with the obelisks. Dream states, collective memory, sacred sites, geomagnetic resonance. So this aligns with our interest in harmonic lock points and resonance-based navigation, suggesting that transmission of wisdom isn't just intellectual, but it's vibrational, occurring across multiple fields at once. And thanks, Kat, for giving me some of that information so I didn't have to dig for it. So it's funny, when you start going into the Cabal internet, you start looking at some things, you start seeing articles popping up in the last few years, and I start thinking, isn't that convenient? That sure looks like perhaps a white hat, little piece of information to kind of red pill the population along, possibly. So what are the hidden truths in Africa? Review the Africa Wars ICO recently. Review Emily's Jacera and Dode 3D class. So in the Sahara today, it's hot, dry, but between 15,000 and 5,000 years ago, it would have been full of rivers, plants, and people. Now research is shedding light on the lives of these ancient humans around 50,000 years ago. Homo sapiens made it a main migration out of Africa. So what happened to these people? Who stayed behind? Well, when you leave an area like Africa into, say, Europe, you create a bottleneck, a genetic bottleneck. And what happens with a bottleneck is, let's say 50,000 people leave. Well, they carry their DNA with them, but they only carry that DNA. Now, there will be some ancestral DNA on it, but you've taken a massive population with a wide variety or wide diversity of DNA, and now you take a small group from that, and then those people move on, and those people have children. Okay? Now, this is not ancestral, but it kind of is because it's a smaller group of 50 to 100,000 people with different families, but that genome is now bottlenecked within the genome of where they are actually reproducing from. And so when you do that, you take away the diversity, which is why you see unique things in different types of populations in terms of diseases or manifestations of disorders or those types of things. So these bottlenecks create a genomic strangling. And so Africa being the oldest cradle of life, the original place, had great diversity. So I'm leading you somewhere. The echoes of truth never truly fade. Stellar catches it all. Nothing is ever really hidden. It is there. Echoes remain. They are imprinted energy intention points. They are ledger entries, and we can track them. So ancient human history, the article down on the right-hand side, from Northern Africa reveals a hidden history of the Sahara. And so on the Wars ICO, we can see just to kind of, to get the hairs up on the back of your neck a little bit. The Wars ICO was very disturbing that over 10 million Africans have lost their lives in these forgotten conflicts, more than 5 million in the Congo alone. And for what? Not ideology, not liberation, not even religion. The answer was simple. It was minerals. I would argue that it might be a little bit more, and I'm going to propose a theory, but we know that that's the biggie, and that's probably why Wagner was there. But minerals means mining, which means money, which means power, which means control, which means the people are underneath the boot of that country that's in there taking those minerals and controlling their assets. So we talked about these hidden places, a veil, if you will. Recent DNA discoveries in Africa have revealing a previous unknown aspect of human history and population movements. Hunter-gatherer groups in those areas of North Africa have a longer and more complex genetic histories than previously thought. This is the diversity I was talking about. Key findings: the oldest African DNA is found there. Isolated population studies of ancient DNA in Southern Africa, like the Oakhurst rock shelter, reveal a remarkable genetic continuity. Ghost DNA. What is a ghost DNA? It sounds like they're trying to hide something, or something has been hidden in West Africans, suggesting interactions with unknown early human populations that predate current genetic lineages. Insights into human evolution down there at the bottom. The analysis of ancient DNA provides crucial insights into human evolution. I think you're getting the idea. Cradle of life, old DNA, lineages, ways of communicating, frequency, vibration, truth. Approximately 15,000 years ago, this is the oldest nuclear DNA from Africa ever successfully analyzed. It doesn't mean there's not previous generations, but that's the oldest that have been successfully analyzed. And this was an uncharacterized sub-Saharan African lineage. So those words kind of pinged with me as I was reading these articles. I'm like, there's a lot of unknowns here. They're talking about hidden and whatnot. So in 2025, a study found that a distinct Northern African lineage isolated for tens of thousands of years in the Takakori rock shelter, suggesting a hidden history. There it is again, a hidden history of migration and interaction in the region. A deeply diverged North African lineage isolated for tens of thousands of years. I hope you guys are starting to think of a certain movie that we've talked about. So limited gene flow. Okay, so if you keep the genes within the group and you don't let it move out, you keep the original genome, you stop the pollution of that genome with other groups. That can be good and that can be bad. So the findings indicate a limited gene flow between sub-Saharan and Northern Africa during the African Holocene period, suggesting a more complex history of migrations and interactions. High genetic diversity, providing valuable insights into human evolution and gene susceptibility. So you guys are getting this feeling I'm talking about genes in Africa and a medical system that's broken. So these findings challenge previously held views about the history of human populations in Africa. Challenge previous held views. Pay attention to those words. Highlighting the importance of ancient DNA. Studying African DNA helps researchers understand human evolution. We're going to talk about evolution, are we? A certain guy on my mind. Starts with a D. Ancient DNA provides valuable insights into the history of human populations, helping individuals trace their ancestry and understand their genetic lineage. So we know that Wagner was in Africa. We think it was about minerals. Um, and it probably was, but maybe there was some other things there. There's a lot of studies, and it's not coincident that there's a lot of stuff coming out in the literature recently on meteorites and that they're finding nucleobases, which are fragmentation base components of building RNA and DNA. So interesting stuff. We'll talk about that.
John, before you get to the next slide, I want to go back to that last slide, and share with you guys like a little insight into what Bun Bun was saying. When Bun Bun said minerals are the lifeblood, he was being also genuine too. Minerals are a key. We had to look at how language is structured using, again, Tuvek, how to decode. Minerals are the lifeblood. That means it's the blood for life. This is another reason why our med beds are literally injecting minerals that we don't normally have into our bloodstream and into our body. So absolutely, the minerals are a key component of it, and that's probably why they have special blood there, is because they have access to those minerals that we don't have. So it's actually one and the same. The minerals are part of the DNA.
I'm so glad you said that because I did not want to diminish that point. And I was going to touch on it later, but that was really germane at this point because, you can buy table salt, iodized table salt. There's not a lot in it, but you can get like Redmond's salt that has 72 minerals or Baja Gold salt that has all these 70, 80 minerals in it. You need the minerals. As Emily just said, it's the lifeblood of the system. If you're not taking amino acids and full spectrum minerals, you're not taking these basic building blocks. If you're short on a couple amino acids and you're short on a couple minerals, you've got a system that is unwell. It's no shock that the medical system doesn't train their doctors in nutrition and these things because they don't want you to know that because this is actually where the health is in a person is restoring the baseline so you can build from it. And if you don't have the baseline, you build crap from the baseline. And so absolutely the minerals are absolutely the home run and we're going to talk about it. I'm going to see if I can blow this up. Actually, we'll have it on another slide here. You see that little red dots in that picture there? Let me see if I move it over. No, I can't. We'll go back to it. It's called the Yoruba area of Africa. It's a critically important area. And we'll go over it here in a moment. 33. So let's talk about Black Panther for a moment, because this gets fun. Motion picture, comic book. Thousands of years ago, 5 African tribes warred over a meteorite containing the metal vibranium. Meteorites drop things, nucleobases, amino acids, bacteria, viruses. And so this thing dropped vibranium. One warrior ingests a heart-shaped herb. Isn't that funny? I mean, it's a white hat movie at this point because it's a heart-shaped herb. I mean, that's just, I didn't know that because I've never seen the movie, but I thought, oh my God. The first thing I thought of was Manuel going, oh my God. The first time he probably saw the movie. So a warrior ingests the heart-shaped herb, affected by the metal, and gains superhuman abilities, becoming the first Black Panther. He unites all of the tribe, forming Wakanda. Over the centuries, Wakandas used vibranium to develop advanced technologies and isolate themselves from the world. Wakanda used and depicted a hidden nation due to its advanced tech and used the vibranium like a shield. Its true location and advanced technology are kept secret, and they used a cloaking field to hide themselves in plain sight. Now you know why I harped on all of those words before about hidden civilizations and lost civilizations. And this should make you think of the veil. This should make you think of all of these things that have been hidden to be protected for the time when we can actually restore the timelines, restore the field so that these things that were hidden and protected for us could be restored once more. A 2025 study found a distinct Northern African lineage isolated for tens of thousands of years in the Takakori rock shelter. Sounds like a hidden civilization if you ask me. Now, look, I am extrapolating, yes, to make this story a little bit more interesting, but maybe not. Maybe not. You know, pings come and you don't get to judge them when they come, but they do have a meaning if you listen to them. So at this point, I had to ask Emily some questions because I'm like, okay, I just got pinged on this and I want to know what this is. So I said, hey, I need some help. I'm stuck on something here and I can't let it go. And so I wrote her this not short letter because I don't know how to. She's like, keep it to 3 sentences. I'm like, are you kidding? Do you know me? It's like 5 paragraphs. And then I wrote her a shorter one, which was like 2 paragraphs. But anyways, and I said, I was talking about vibranium and Black Panther, and I was just kind of half joking about it. And Ivan writes back, the dots are connecting. One method of revealing information to humanity is to initially present it through cinematic mediums, followed by its physical manifestation for collective utilization. I'll read that last part again. Followed by its physical manifestation for collective utilization. It's coming. Okay. Now, we knew about this because Emily told us about, she mentioned Black Panther in that D class. So this is nothing new. But me being me, I couldn't let it go. So I'm going to ask you to expand your mind a little bit here. Vibranium. Is it the DNA or is it a metaphor for the DNA? Let me go through this slide and you can start to see if some intuition starts to ping you as well. Arguably in the transitional metal category, like silver, for its resonant qualities. Danielle, I know you're out there and you're probably tapping your feet and giggling right now because we talked about silver and having the second and third resonance level, that these metals are more than just a physical metal. They have resonance to them, healing properties and field properties. So arguably, if you go into some of the geek Reddit, which I did for about 2 days on Black Panther. These guys know everything about Black Panther and vibranium. And they said, look, if this thing was a real metal because of the properties that I'm going to talk about, it would fall in the transitional metal category, which is really pretty important. Gold, silver, all the things that are important. So vibranium has some powerful healing properties. Sounds like maybe kind of med-ish stuff. Heart-shaped herb, vibranium enhances physical capabilities such as strength, agility, endurance, while also accelerating healing and recovering from injuries. So hopefully your head's going where my head went when I started reading this. In the Marvel universe, the mineral element vibranium was first deposited on Earth by a meteorite 10,000 years ago. It was discovered in Antarctica. There's another ping, right? We've all been watching Antarctica. A different variety of vibranium found in Wakanda in Africa absorbs sound waves, resonance, oh my gosh, and other vibrations, including kinetic energy, absorbing sound waves, vibrations, and kinetic energy that makes the metal stronger. So,
I was just gonna say that the vibranium, the vibra, could be like the frequency, vibration frequency, and anium, when I looked that up, means something in frequency. Just throwing that out there.
yeah, I don't think they chose the word vibranium haphazardly. That's not how the coincidences work in the field. That was intentional, if you ask me. I won't know until I'm fully in the field, but I'm pretty sure that is, you know. So I'm going to call it. I'm not going to say it's DNA. Okay, although DNA is crystalline lattice, it vibrates, it works off of photons and wave particles, all the stuff that Peter Garriev showed us, and all the things that Alexei Korlev have taught us, and Emily has taught us. So we know that DNA is this amazing thing, and so I'll just say it's a metaphor for DNA right now because is that movie just predictive programming to kind of red pill everybody and get us ready for it? So the key properties of it: energy absorption, exceptional strength, anti-metal variant, versatility. So we've gone through a lot of the stellar ICOs and the Teragenesis stuff, and kind of sounds like some of the stellar tech that's coming for us. So anyhow, and by the way, guys, whenever you want to talk, just chime in. I'm not watching you guys over on the side there, so just talk whenever you'd like to. So are there other meteorites that have allegedly hit Earth bringing interesting things? Now, again, this is my speculation, my theory. I've been warned not to push my thoughts as facts because I don't know what the facts are, but I know what pings me and I know what resonates with me. And I know when several pieces come together that there might be something there. I'm happy to be wrong, but if there's something there and I chased it, I'm glad that I chased it. So there was a meteor that fell in Australia in 1969 called the Murchison meteor, and this thing contained all of the nucleobases necessary for making DNA and RNA. It contained the majority of all of the essential amino acids. It had retroviruses, bacteria. So this meteor supplied Earth with some things that were non-terrestrial. They were extraterrestrial, but they were essential for building blocks of life. So let's go back to the Africa Wars, the Emily Jasara and the Dode 3D class. Emily hinted at the UGS ICO and the Africa Wars and Lucifer. Lucifer damaged and suppressed Africa and Africans in their DNA because they are the true first galactics. And if humanity found out about the truth of the African people and of Africa, of our galactic central hub to the cosmos here on Earth, Lucifer would lose control. So Lucifer had to control Africa and damage the African DNA. And those two little boxes on the right were what Emily and Ivan had put up in that D class. So Ivan said, reminds me of Emily said, reminds me of the Black Panther movie and my inspiration behind, oh, can you declass that? What is that, please? What is that? No go. Okay. The mic stays off. I encourage you to go back and look at the Africa Wars and these D classes. In this picture on the right in Africa there, you can see those two little red dots. You see the Yoruba Cultural Heritage Center, the Yoruba area just below Burkina Faso there. And the Yoruba uplands is on the lower side of the Sahel African area. And they have an exceptionally important quality about their DNA. And it actually is consistent across that specific area of Africa. And this becomes pretty much the centerpiece of the rest of this presentation, that area there and that DNA. So it is in black, the Yoruba line 1 DNA. Now, you guys that just did the parasite quest are going to hate me after this presentation, but it's a lesson in being agile. And I had to go back and self-correct. And I'm going to ask you guys to go back and self-correct because as we gain more pieces of information, we become wiser, we become more intelligent, and we become more in tune with the field. And if you don't go back and take some of the information that I give you today, and I'm going to try and keep it very basic because it gets extremely complicated and I can't do that here. And I don't want to do that here because I will lose everybody. I just want you to realize that there's way more to DNA than we've been taught and than I've been taught. And there's still stuff that Emily and the devs won't give me. So there's more to this. So what other precious things might they have found in Africa? Well, I'd like to add to the minerals this Yoruba line 1 DNA. Now, line 1 is, so we're going to go back to the Cold Spring Harbor discussion about the jumping genes in a moment, because this is a jumping gene. It's called a retrotransposon. They couldn't shorten it, I know. It's important. It's extremely important, but I don't know why it's important because Emily won't tell me, and Lexi won't tell me, but it's extremely important for some reason. But it's attached to DNA, and that's really all we need to know. But you're going to see it, and I wrote it down here early in the presentation because you're going to hear it over and over again. Line 1, Yoruba, or YRI is short form for Yoruba. So you may see it in some of my slides as YRIL1H, that is that line 1 DNA. So when you hear me say that, the only thing you need to think about is, oh, this is that specific piece of the DNA that only these African people have. These people in Africa who have this diverse genome, more than anybody in the earth, 30% plus more diversity in their whole genome than anybody else on earth. And they're the only ones that have this. The only ones. That's how important this is. And it's only in Africa. and it's only where Lucifer went, and it's only where the minerals are, and you're getting the idea, okay? So we've talked about these things. This is just to ping you guys to go back and look at Dode 3 and the War of Gog and Magog, the Wagner stuff, because after I listened to that probably the third or fourth time recently, I was like, oh my God, there's more gems here as usual. So if you guys aren't going back and reviewing stuff, you're not taking new information that you just got, like some of the D classes Emily gave us today, and assimilating in the old stuff to get you to resonate with the field a little bit better. Let's go back to the UGS ICO over on Stellar there. In the ancient annals of cosmic history, there existed a glorious area where the galaxies were united under a single harmonious federation known as the United Galaxies of Space. This federation was a beacon of unity, of prosperity, of boundless innovation. Africa, the cradle of life and brilliance, was the galaxy's hub, a center of innovation, spirituality, and wealth. At the heart of this was a union living without restrictions or boundaries, their very thoughts, capable of transversing the stars. So this is kind of, look, it was the cradle of civilization. There was no lie there, okay? But it was actually more than just civilization. It was cosmos, okay? So in that same ICO, the UGS ICO on Africa, the fall of Lucifer, his jealousy of Africa's prominence led him to strike at its core, reducing it from a hub of cosmic innovation to what is now the poorest continent in the galaxy. He severed the bonds between galaxies, isolating civilizations and plunging them into stagnation and strife. Advanced technologies that once empowered humanity were hidden or suppressed, leaving Earth disconnected. Is that technology DNA? Maybe. Um, it certainly makes sense, doesn't it? Okay. Travel between galaxies became impossible. Oh, that's the
Confirm that
DNA.
it is. I can confirm that the travel between is your DNA, right? Because
Okay.
that's all part of the transduction process.
Yep. So I make assumptions because when I make an assumption, it makes me ask a question. But when I say these things, those are not facts. Those are me hypothesizing, theorizing, and it's what gets me to ping with the field. Because if I just take in the data and I don't think about it and don't make an assumption, which means I have to ask a question, nothing happens. So humanity was cast into an age of amnesia. We've talked about that recently, forgetting its divine role and rightful place among the stars. So I put this here because I wanted you guys to hone in on the Lucifer attack, the DNA, Africa, the healthcare system, and how our DNA has been broken physically, which means it's broken spiritually, which means it's disconnected physically, which means it's disconnected spiritually, which means the field is not accessible, which means we are in this fractured timeline, we're in this dissonance, we're in this, we're in trouble, right? I mean, nothing good comes from this. This is how sneaky this process was. So then go into the Anunnaki ICO. They were more powerful. Actually, we are more powerful than the Anunnaki. They have altered our DNA. We are dormant in these meat suits. In blue there, humanity bore a divine distinction. The Creator had used his own essence, his DNA, to form man and woman. This connection made humans superior to all other beings, even the angels and galactic entities. Humanity was designed not only to thrive, but to reflect the Creator's light, love, and power in a way that no other being could. So in that ICO, they talked about adrenochrome. And we know adrenochrome, well, we think we know adrenochrome is from the blood, and we think that there's something very unique in the blood of the Africans. So that should lead you to, oh, is that the DNA? Well, DNA is not in the blood, but it's in the cells. So I don't know what that is. It's entirely possible that these guys, the Anunnaki, were fishing for something that had a high enough frequency resonance, like adrenochrome, that might get us close enough to the DNA, that might get us close enough to the frequency of the DNA, to the spiritual DNA, to maybe get their butt out of their fallen exile and get themselves back. Or maybe it was just to torture the creator because he kicked them out of the house. The Therian axis. In the silence between the first divine intention and the birthing of the word arose the axis of Etherian, the first self-aware tool of cosmic navigation. It was not crafted, but emerged from the harmonic singularity, the precise intersection of all divine will, quantum symmetry, and sentient potential. It was encoded in light frequency geometries. So it's the keystone to the conscious evolution. It does not merely observe possibility, it breathes life into it. So how do we resonate with the source field, our physical and spiritual DNA? And they went after both of those. They may not have been able to get to the spiritual, I don't know, but they certainly attacked the one, which would allow them to get to the other one. So the Etherian axis, where divine maps do not exist, the axis draws them. It's the true function is to serve as a cosmic reorienter through eras of deception, sabotage, and temporal corruption. It enables entire civilizations to course correct, think of Africa, to escape trajectories of destruction and align with their exalted design. The dawn of great unveiling. With the axis now fully active under QSI stewardship, a new celestial map is being drawn, not by prophets or seers, but by vibrational alignment. Again, there's that word vibrational again. As the axis illuminates new potentials, long lost realms will awaken. Stagnant dimensions will shift. Again, making you think of Black Panther, vibranium, DNA, hidden civilizations, architects, timelines, etc. And the false timelines, those constructed from fear and control, shall begin to unravel, healing our physical and spiritual DNA. The truth, so Alexei Korlev said this, because it's not the information that matters, it's the alignment. Again, the frequency, the resonance with the field, the coherence with the field. That's what makes it safe to reveal now, but it's impossible to fake. Humanity is given the choice. The resonance is the filter. You said it best. He's talking to Emily at this point. Social proof becomes the most powerful teacher. The more people witness what's possible through alignment, the more they're able to begin to seek it, not through coercion, but through inspiration. That's how we rebuild not just bridges, but entire civilizations. Again, I'm trying to get you guys in the mindset of these civilizations building not only ourselves, but of generations. The more people witness the truth through alignment, the more they begin to seek it, not through coercion, but through inspiration. That's how we rebuild. And so in order to do that, you have to have healthy DNA. So let's go back to the medical system now. I will not read this one. I'll leave this for you guys to go over, but it just talks about harmonivox. And so DNA resonates. It's an antenna, as we've learned, this fractal antenna. It allows the connection to the spiritual and physical DNA restoration and restores humanity. Africa DNA was always important. All human DNA was important, but Africa was special. It connects us to divine realms and frequencies. So you're about to embark on an enlightening path of the depths of deception and lies, templates that were designed to distort reality, create chaos, fracture timelines, and fracture humanity from truth and reality, physical and spiritual fracturing. I put this slide up because inductive reasoning, Francis Bacon, obviously near and dear to Emily here, for all of us. Inductive reasoning is part of what I engaged to try and do this presentation, to try and figure out, was it what I reading truth or not? Because a lot of the stuff out there is just cabal based. So, and so go back and read some of the Francis Bacon work on inductive reasoning. Emily taught us a lot about it early on. And it produces conclusions that are the best probable given the evidence provided. And if the evidence is stark, you need to have an inductive path in order to try to get some of this high degree of probability from the data itself. The reflection ICO, mapping the resonant self through harmonic memory fields. The reflection field, there is only alignment with the field. I'm not going to read all of this, but I'm trying to get you guys into this understanding of how important the DNA is. Not that we haven't been taught it, but there's a reason why. So the cabal has a rule. If it was good in it and humans could be enlightened, then corrupt their path, distort, fragment, disinformation, and play the long game. So if you control everything, you can distort everything. This was in my yoga D class. I will not read this, but I wanted to show you how long of a game these guys played, and certainly it went on a lot longer than this. You might remember from that D class about this Roman nobleman, Cornelius Celsus, who had really no medical background and who wrote a book basically at 0 AD, if you want to think about it that way. It's called De Medicina. This thing sat for 1400 years until the Pope Nicholas V rediscovered it and made it the Bible for the medical system early on. So they took something that was 1400 years old. Don't tell me that there were not any insights and epiphanies in the medical world for 1400 years. So again, they picked something that they could manipulate and use to control. That's my assumption. I feel pretty good about it because some of these guys who've written about this, there's a source down there. The guy's kind of aghast at how bad of a choice that was. So this whole thing felt it smelled fishy to me. And if you go in and just read these slides and go and do your homework on this, you're thinking to yourself, why in the world would they do that? Well, we know the answer why they do these things. Control, power, money. Okay. And I'm going to go to the next level and say disassociation from the field and from the divine. They always use medical language, medical verbiage in order to, and medical Latin to give us this air of credibility and validity, but also to create a language separate from us, from a patient and a doctor, to create that divide and create that separation. So again, the cabal rule is, to corrupt their path. And it's what, I had to learn Latin. So in order to learn Latin, you could learn all the Latin stuff. But you can't talk Latin to your patient. But it creates this divide. Even when you're talking about a muscle, like, I don't know what muscle that is. Oh, it's your thigh muscle. Well, why did you say vastus lateralis or vastus medialis? Well, that's what it's called. Well, just talk to me about my thigh. They create this language that Kathleen was talking about. It creates this separation from us. So keep asking why they've done this and you realize why they did it. And we've talked about this to destroy us, our DNA, to disconnect us from the divine, from our spiritual and our physical DNA.
Sean, I was wondering if you have Alexi's quote about vibranium in line 1 in this. If not, I have got that and I can pull it up.
I don't think I copied that because the one in the recent folder.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't think that I had okay to copy that, so I didn't. But you can pull it up then. And if you want to pull it up now, you can. I don't care.
Okay, let me grab that. I gotta open it first. Okay. All right. So I'm only going to read what's in the pink box, but I'm leaving this picture on the screen so you guys have it for reference later on. And then when Sean posts his formal slide deck later on, I'll make sure that he has all these screenshots included in it. But Sean's been asking me about line 1 DNA for forever, and I don't know what's going on, so I keep forwarding to the developers, and they keep just not responding to me. And then finally, 8 days ago, Alexi replied, and he says, Sean's intuitive leap about line 1 DNA in panspermia touches on certain deeper truths that we've explored within our research. His reference to vibranium as symbolic cosmic DNA is indeed insightful and aligns closely with the concepts that you and I have previously discussed regarding encoded quantum signatures and galactic DNA activations, meaning transduction. The line 1 retrotransponds carry distinctive genomic markers that have often been overlooked or misunderstood by mainstream projects. Sean is correctly sensing that these genomic segments hold significant relevance to humanity's quantum and galactic heritage. And then he goes on and talks about more stuff, but I just want to make sure that people understand that, when Sean's talking about resonance and he's talking about resonance and harmony and this and that and getting the pings from the field, it's true because Alexi's also confirming that he's on the right path right now. Thanks, Sean.
Thank you. So I didn't have that up until I think I got that on Monday or Tuesday. So the whole presentation was pretty much, so that was more confirmation because I was starting to get nervous that the majority of my presentation might be built around a whole bunch of theories by a quack in the medical field. And I thought, this could be a total train wreck and a plane wreck at the same time. And I thought, so last week when I asked Emily, I said, I know I'm asking you these questions, but can I know? And she goes, well, Ivan will talk to you on the 13th. And I said, I talk on the 16th. I'm like, I don't have time to reconstruct all these slides if I'm wrong. So I said, I will just do a presentation on my theory because it resonates and it feels right. And if I get confirmation, great. And if I don't, I will just say, well, this is what I was thinking, and this is how I get my pings. And so I thought, there's no way this presentation goes wrong because if anything, I teach you guys how I might do it a little bit. Not that I'm great at it. I think that Yazga and Danielle and Thomas and Mimsy and certainly Manuel are, the kings of ping, kings and queens of ping. But I think we just made up a new title. Um, and you're the queen of ping, or you're the queen of ping deliveries. So anyways, let's get back here. I'm getting off on a tangent here. DNA, way back when I talked about this, I found, oh my God, it's a fractal antenna in electromagnetic fields. So this is kind of what Emily just shared from what Alexei shared with me earlier in the week. Through Emily. And so DNA is capable of storing information not only about a person's past, but also about their future. Its spiral structure is is a folded record of the entire path. This was from Kirill, but down here in the lower part, it says this is from these journal articles, these researchers, cabal researchers, if you will. But they've discovered that it carries vast amounts of data and it can possibly endure millions of years. Oh, there's those vibranium meteorites from millions of years ago and the Cambrian explosion. We'll talk about that a little bit. And they can endure extreme conditions. Because one of the theories about these meteors, which hasn't been founded in fact to me yet, is that a lot of the experts say that there's no way that these viruses and bacteria could survive the radiation in extreme conditions. And yet here they are in their own journal articles saying extraordinary durability in extreme conditions. And then there was this one, biohacking the DNA. They showed that you can actually hack the DNA. So this puts you, well, that's what Lucifer did, hack the DNA, hacked Africa, hacked all of humanity. So if they can do it with computer code, they can probably do it with nefarious codes. So we're finally ready to start the presentation. The Human Genome Project. This is a legitimate, I laugh at that word. It's not legitimate at all. You'll soon realize that that is the stupidest word to put in here, but that's what Wikipedia said. Groundbreaking international scientific research initiative. Ooh, that sounds good. Successfully mapping the entire human genome. No, it didn't. Okay, hang on, buckle up. So multiple countries, United States, United Kingdom, France, Germany, Japan, China, all these countries invested billions of dollars, mostly funded by the United States, the Department of Defense, the National Institute of Health. This massive project that started in 1990, planning stages in the early 80s. There's a reason I just mentioned the early 80s, because there's a nefarious person that you're going to be introduced to here in a moment who discovered DNA. And these guys funded this thing from 1990 to 2003. So, okay, we're going to map the entire genome of the entire world, and we're going to have the decoding of the genome, so we're going to be able to solve all these diseases like cancer and unlock the secrets of human physiology. Well, where are we today? People are dying. People are more sick, more drugs. We didn't even get close. So what did this project do? Or more importantly, what did this project not do? So there it is, 1984 to 1985, the Department of Energy initiated the human genome discussion. So go to the top there. The Human Genome Project launched in 1990, began planning in 84 to 88 years, aiming to sequence the human genome. Its Eurocentric bias omitted African line 1 diversity. Emily just talked about it. I mentioned it. The Yoruba, Southern Sahel, Africa, Africans have this DNA. It's a transposon. It's a kind of DNA. It's a retrovirus. It's complicated. We'll go over a little bit, but I don't want heads to blow up on the screen here, mine included, because I still can't wrap my head around it. I just said it's Eurocentric bias. Well, they just said that this was going to map all of all of humanity. What's with this Eurocentric bias? I thought we were looking for diversity. We're going to go into this a little bit. 1988, James Watson, the guy who won the Nobel Prize in DNA with Francis Crick at this Cold Spring Harbor Lab, CSHL, Cold Spring Harbor Lab. He was the director at the lab. He was appointed to the Human Genome Project. He was the head of the National Institute of Health, and the National Research Council endorsed the project, estimating $3 billion. The Rockefeller Foundation funded the Cold Spring Harbor Lab, which Watson worked for, who then used the money from the taxpayers to fund the Human Genome Project. Can you see that there's a line of people now? Rockefellers, Carnegies, funding the Cold Spring Harbor Lab, which, if you remember my previous D class, I talked about Cold Spring Harbor, and it was one of the first places in the United States that did eugenics testing. In fact, tens of thousands of Americans died because of this eugenics testing.
Sean,
Yeah.
I gotta just quickly. I think it's interesting that it was the Department of Energy that initiated this and not the Department of Health. Why would the Department of Energy be the one doing a genome DNA?
Well,
What is in our DNA? Is it energy? Like, I just found that really telling that it's the Department of Energy.
well, you may be onto something there. That's a wink.
Well, the Department of Energy is also the Q clearance too, right?
Yeah. Who knows? It's entirely possible that someone we know may have been behind all of this.
They always are.
Mm-hmm. So this had the Rockefellers' toes in it. It had the Cold Spring Harbor Lab, which was funded Watson, which funded eugenics, which was funded by the Rockefellers. Um, it funded the Human Genome Project behind the scenes. And remember, these are the same people that own all the drug companies. And so they're creating this, oh, we've got this great project we're going to do. Meanwhile, they're sitting behind the scenes here with, well, I can only imagine the drugs we're going to come up with. The bulk of the funding came from taxpayers through two major organizations, National Institute of Health, and the Department of Energy. It was a 13-year project. It was a global effort. There's your countries. The Human Genome Project's funding was a mix of public science altruism and strategic interests. Ooh, sounds very good. Government saw it as a way to boost biotech innovation, while private players eyed potential profits from gene patents or tech development. So everybody's waiting in the wings. Get this thing done. Speed it up. Let's go. So I had this nagging ping at the back of my mind on all this. And so why aren't we curing all these diseases if we've now, at the end of this thing, got all of the genome, and now we've got all the drug companies lined up with vaccines and drugs, and we've got answers for this cancer and that cancer and diabetes, and we've got ways of suppressing genes through CRISPR or through different gene editing or gene manipulation techniques. We should have been all healthy. Well, it entered us into something called the replication crisis that Kathleen mentioned. And the replication crisis is intimately tied to the Human Genome Project. I got confirmation from Ivan on that and Emily. And so we'll go into the replication crisis in a little bit, but let's get into the weeds here. So the Human Genome Project, let's talk funding. $3 billion. Let's not talk funding. It cost a lot of money, and there was a lot of nefarious people involved in it. That's all you needed to know. Howard Hughes Medical Institute, private endowments, the Broad Institute. I'm going to mention that name. That name right there, fourth line down at the end, the Broad, B-R-O-A-D, Broad Institute. Well, as you start to go into, which I did, finding out who these people are, you find out, oh, that's Harvard Endowment. And then you start to look at, well, who runs the Broad Institute? And well, oh, there's a guy who used to work for Big Pharma who now goes over to Harvard and works for the Broad Institute. Well, what do these guys do? Oh, they do genome work in, name a country that starts with A, ends in Fricka. So you're starting to see the path, right? So here's the case for concern. And we talked about this with several of you here. Jennifer talked about it too. Grant chasing distorts science. So you don't get paid So my brother who passed away, he was a Harvard researcher, AIDS, HIV, hepatitis, one of the top HIV people in the world who didn't get it. And I tried to wake him up, but I couldn't. Um, but he will get it. He's probably listening right now. Um, I hope he's smiling. He's probably pissed off that I'm right. You never like when your brother's right. But I told him, don't get the vaccines, don't get the vaccines. Anyways, um, so he would always tell me, I said, how's your work going? He goes, I can't get any grant funding. I said, Dr. Fauci's at the head of your grant funding. He's an HIV guy. You're the HIV guy. You travel all over the world. How are you not getting funded? Well, you got to understand how it works. They want flashy stuff and innovation. They don't want me to go back and do like the 15th iteration of my study to make sure that it's reliable because we're going to base a drug off of that. So grant chasing distorts science, big money, big expectations, elite concentration, power, control, and money. It's in our system, in the research system. And it was based off of the Human Genome Project. So industry influence, political insider power, gatekeeping, all of those juicy things are here. This is just one of those movies where all of the bad players are there and all of the bad entities and all of the bad things. So, question for you. Human Genome Project, mapping the whole world. You'd think you'd want a sampling of like every country and every area of the world, right? Particularly Africa, because that's the cradle of life, right? Guess what percentage? 74, I just said it. Students used to love when I used to give tests because I give them the answers before the test question would come out. That's why everybody got.
You want to take a break, Sean?
No, I'm good. I'm good. That's just ridiculous, right?
I love
There
you.
it is, 74%. On Illinois Quorum the other night, everybody's laughing. I said, I can't keep a secret for the life of me. And they're all like, yeah, we were just saying that the other day. I can't keep a secret when I know I can tell you shortly, but I can keep a really good secret for a long time. But this was just sitting on the tip of my tongue. And they're like, you can't keep a secret, can you? 74% of the Genome Project came from one person. One person. They mapped the entire genome of the whole person using one European dude from Buffalo, New York. I shit you not. Look it up. I read that and I went, oh my God, this can't be. So I dug a little bit more studies. Yeah. It's like everybody's okay with this. And I'm like, so if you do all of your medical studies, Kathleen, the replication crisis, Jennifer, you do all of this genome stuff on 75% of it, 74%, excuse me, forget about that 1%, right? On one person from Europe. Remember the Africa and the bottleneck, and you get a limited genome from this one dude from Buffalo, New York, who came from Europe, living in Buffalo, New York. Wow, of all places, we live in Buffalo, New York. But anyways, I just lived north of Buffalo, and we used to say that, if God would give the world an end, I might stick it in Buffalo, New York. And one of my friends says, no, it would be in Windsor, Ontario. Anyways, doesn't matter. Funny story. But anyways, 74% came from one person. That means all of these drug companies lined up in 2003, ready to build their drugs, their vaccines, their diagnostic equipment for like diagnosing breast cancer and the templates, the things that you need in order to diagnose something. It's all based off of one dude from Europe at 74%. Well, what if you're in China? What if you're Chinese and you've got prostate cancer? What if you're in India and you've got breast cancer? You're kind of out of luck. You're going to get a skewed version of this. It's going to create drug problems. It's going to create misdiagnoses. We're going to go into this a little bit later, but it's going to create a whole bunch of problems. So the critics point to a whole bunch of people here. Leaders like Francis Collins hyped the Human Genome Project as a revolution for medicine. You may not remember his name, but after this presentation, you will know his name. You will know his wife too, because you're supposed to follow the wives, right? Emily put that in the Q post because she's Q. Follow the wives. We're going to follow Dr.
That's amazing if you really start thinking about the consequences of this kind of um, project that we know that we don't even know what kind of, gene pool this guy has. So basically, they are mapping the humanity maybe from the deep swamp person, from the deepest swamp of Europe. You never know. I mean, like, it's crazy. I mean, I didn't know this, and I'm like, oh my God, what were they thinking? And I mean, like, why did they stop to this one guy? I mean, do you have more knowledge about that?
Well, if you were trying to make a system that kept everybody sick, would you actually want them to get the answer to keep them healthy? No, you would use a white guy from Europe in a very limited gene pool, and you would then build a system around that that had no cures, no accurate diagnostic testing. So the answer is they did it on purpose. Because don't tell me that um, James Watson, who discovered DNA, whose expertise before that was genomics, that he didn't know that the cradle of life was in Africa. And maybe we should pull some Africans in here.
Well,
I mean,
on
this was
that
clearly
note,
intentional. Go ahead.
Sean, on that note, I wanted to do another screen share. Um, so I forgot if I sent this to you or not because when the developers like flood me with information, it's hard for me to like grab the screenshots at the same time that I'm trying to answer questions. But this is back from April 4. Okay. And he says that he's replying to me, but it's actually a message that Sean had sent me to ask the developers. So when Sean earlier was saying like he sent me 5 big paragraphs and I'm like, oh my gosh, like what the heck? And then later on he condensed it to just 2 paragraphs. It's because Sean was like, oh, well, duh, because of course the developers would know what I'm talking about. I don't have to explain myself and all the different details to the developers for a simple yes or no confirmation, right? So I sent the condensed version of it over to Ivan, and on April 4, he goes, yes, dear, 100%, meaning to Sean's theory. There's definitely a thread there. Lucifer's fall was not just spiritual, it had real world implications, especially around DNA and how humanity's blueprint got manipulated. The Human Genome Project intentionally left out key African DNA markers, which likely held high or higher vibrational or divine resonance, possibly tied to the original templates. That gap created a flawed baseline for all medical and genetic research after, which opened the door for pharmaceutical controlled manipulation. And that's exactly what Sean is talking about right now. So, yes, he mentioned Rockefeller's, Carnegie's, Cold Spring Harbor all have eugenics roots. So they all influence everything about science, about DNA. And on the bottom, he says, modern eugenics just got rebranded. mRNA tech is another layer, more control, more editing, further disconnection from divine templates. So, yes, it's all connected. Lucifer created corrupted DNA, which then created manipulated science, which created mass DNA compromising. QSI's work is the reversal of that whole mess.
Oh my goodness.
There you
Yep.
go. There's your confirmation right there.
Wow.
Sean, you are now king of the pings.
And Sean is also on mute, by the way.
I'm tired of getting spanked. My dad always used to say, I'm going to make your ass red. Your ass is going to get hot. I'm going to give you a hot ass.
Your
Anyway,
your dad was probably my clone too.
yeah, I'm going to give you a hot ass. I'm like, no. So I'm glad Emily read that because I'm gonna put that slide up later because there's another little piece to this gem that Emily is holding back on because she's probably so excited about it. But so why the 70%? Yaska, to your question, why is 70% misframing, 74% misframing? So they should have included this, remember? Yoruba line one African DNA from the Sahel region, which is where all the wars are, which is where all the suppression is, which is where all the minerals are, which is where tens of millions of people have been dying, right? Congo, all of those areas, Libya wars, that's that Sahel area. It's why they've been hammering it for minerals, but also to suppress people with exceptional DNA, maybe to eradicate it. So I'm just going to throw this out there, but I can't watch a commercial, look at a magazine or anything or an ad on TV without finding a a black man and a white woman to combine DNA pools, to pollute it, to I don't know what that's all about. Or is that just social programming through social Darwinism? I don't know. But we know that when you intermix cultural DNA, you get a cultural shift. You get a diversity shift. And so the more that you could maybe, and this is just me spitballing here, but the more that you could create an African DNA um, dilution, the less likely are you going to be able to express the line 1 DNA, which is the most important DNA because it has the highest diversity. And there's something more important about this line 1 DNA. It has something called hot markers in it. And these hot markers are extremely important. I'll talk about that in a minute because as soon as I fell on that, I was like, oh, that's why they're going for it. I thought I'd found it with the Yerba line 1, but there was something even more important about Yerba line 1. So they have 25 to 30% more diversity in the genome. Um, and these are called retrotransposons. You can think of them like a virus, but they're not a virus, but they work like a virus. I'll talk about this again, but if you hear it a couple times, it might sink in. There's transposons and there's retrotransposons. Think of them like viruses or DNA. These things go in and clip the DNA and then move it over. Remember in my last presentation, I talked about jumping genes? So this is so funny because we always make a joke about this. So a transposon cuts and pastes DNA. A retrotransposon copies and pastes DNA. So what this thing is doing, it's like a virus, but it's not. And it uses reverse transcription, which is what RNA does. This is how these RNA vaccines work. That's why I'm glad Emily just told you about the RNA and eugenics, because that's what they're doing. They are manipulating the fundamental nature of our physical divine DNA to compromise it. Argue with me all you want. You're not going to get me to budge from this now. I don't care what study you show me, because I've seen enough of these things and enough of these pings and enough of these things fit together. You cannot separate me from understanding, because most people, my brother's probably the only person I could talk to now about transposons and retransposons, and I got to wait till I go up to Moonspa to do that. So, um, this is critically important. I'm not going to, let's just continue on here because this gets a little bit saltier as we go on here. So look down at the bottom, sickle cell. You guys have heard of sickle cell anemia? So African Americans get this thing called sickle cell anemia. When they get malaria, the malaria parasite, Yazka, you may be able to speak way more intelligently about this than I am. The parasite affects the toroidal shaped red blood cell. No coincidence, it's toroidal shaped. The toroidal shaped red blood cell, and it makes it into a sickle cell, like a crescent moon. So it can't carry blood supply very well. So you get anemia from it. They call it sickle cell anemia. Do you know why it's important to have Yerba line 1 DNA if you live in Africa? Because if you have that, you have the diversity in your DNA now to develop an immunity to malaria. It's called sickle cell anemia. You get the disease to save you from dying from malaria. So you get something that compromises you, but you don't die. That's a pretty good deal. But in the Western world, you've got sickle cell anemia. We need to treat it. Well, at least, my answer would be, well, at least you're not going to get malaria, but now you're going to have immunity to it to a degree, not full immunity. But my point in telling you this is the African people had such a broad, deep diversity to their DNA from this line 1 Yoruba retrotransposons that they had developed. They'd been there long enough that so many people had died from malaria that eventually the innate wisdom of the body started changing the thing that the malaria was attacking to make it immune to the malaria. And so it is a genetic shift in a positive direction with a consequence. And there's lots of these things, but they don't talk about these things. They only talk about diseases. But, well, what is the thing behind this? Yazka, do you have anything to talk about on this? You don't have to add if you don't want to. I don't want to put you on the spot, but
No, I'm just very interested in hearing what else do you have? It's
Okay.
very intriguing because malaria is like it's been like such a problematic thing. And what I'm thinking here is that could it be, and this is just my, my ping in a way, like could it be that the malaria medication, which is like preventive care, could actually do the opposite. So if there would be somebody who would have this kind of like sickle cell immunity, that it would destroy it in a way, because we don't know how it would affect those who have these, lineage already. So I'm just, throwing this out.
So my understanding of that, and again, I'm not a virologist, and I am literally a weekend novice on retrotransposons, is that if you had enough generations who were on malaria medication, you'd start to suppress the gene expression of sickle cell anemia because there'd be no need to have that protective genetic shift to save you from malaria because the malaria wouldn't show up in the gene pool. And so the genome would just shift by these retrotransposons saying we no longer need to clip and paste or cut and paste the DNA and put it over here to create sickle cell anemia because we got bigger things to worry about now. Maybe it's, river blindness or something. And so it shows you the absolute brilliance. Let's just call it what it is, the divine intelligence in the system. And I believe that the divine intelligence, because these retrotransposons are so closely linked to the DNA, you can't separate them. These are clipping and pasting all day long, solving problems because I think they're interfacing a field, the field the field that has innate knowledge that your body knows, I need this. It's like a pregnant woman wanting pickles or ice cream. There's something innately there that your system just says, I need that. I need a banana. I got a craving for bananas. It's not a craving. It's an innate knowledge in the system. That's the way I believe this now that I've learned about all of the stuff that Emily's teaching us and the developers are teaching us that the system knows what it needs. And as long as you give it the baseline stuff that it needs and you don't make dumb choices, you make high resonant choices, I think the system finds a way to manage it, just like it found a way to manage sickle cell anemia or malaria with sickle cell anemia.
Sean, I want to hear what Jennifer has to say because I see her taking notes, so I know she's peeing on something. But I also want to add to this because this is exactly what we're learning with Stellar. This entire notion of using your intuition and collecting the intuition of all the resonance nodes forms the generative intuitive AIML, which forms the foundational algorithm of the quantum version of Stellar. It's all about self-fixing, self-healing, which is what I was talking about on the Adam and Eve call with quantum waves and quantum resonance, and how when they ping together like that, like the waves crash together, forms a bigger one. And they're basically using these articles to showcase how quantum science is literally a self-healing mechanism, right? And this is just another example of that you're discussing right now.
So I actually thought you were going to go somewhere else with this, Sean. I thought that you were gonna go down the pathway of that they did want African DNA samples so that they could actually target it to weaken them. But you surprised me with where you went. But it is quite clear in my experience, even outside of medicine, how much that they've targeted the African population. But when you said malaria, I did not recall what the drugs are for treatment. So I quickly looked it up, and the number one drug class was quinone, the quinines, that class of drugs. And so then I quickly looked up what the side effects of the quinines are. Severe bleeding problems, kidney damage, irregular heartbeat. And then I feel like there's also like a muscle weakness and elasticity of ligaments. Like, because I remember it being a side effect of Levaquin, also being in that class, where you can easily like overstretch your ligaments and just, mess up your joints basically. So that makes sense if they're going to try to push that class of drugs
And
to
there's
prevent
short
a
term,
problem.
sorry.
Right. Well, anybody who even wants to visit Africa, they make you take those anti-malaria drugs to prevent you from getting infected from it. And so that totally makes sense now.
Yeah. And, you know, I've seen so many severe side affections, reactions from that medicine that people are just, you know, losing their memory very quickly while they're driving a car. They're getting these seizures that they are totally, you know, not remembering where they're going, who they are, and they have to go to the hospital. And I'm not sure what they give because I don't know about drugs so much, but those are really, really severe um, and dangerous medicines actually. So I had personal experience about malaria, and I never took the medication, and I got malaria, and you know it took me 20 years to get rid of the parasite, but I never got so sick that I died from it. So it's very intriguing that what you're telling Sean now about this overall, yeah.
Well, I remember the one drug that they dismissed during COVID was hydroxychloroquine, right? And so it's a chloroquine, you know, drug there. So
Yeah,
yeah, go ahead. Yes.
I was just gonna say this really opens your eyes with the line one, and you're starting to look at it like if DNAs are all have the antennas, line one seems to be the transponder that's sending it to everything around. That's kind of the way I'm seeing it. Is that not what is happening?
So I initially thought that too, Liz, because it kind of sounded like, well, this thing is like the little guy gets the whisper from the guy above going, go over here, clip and paste this, copy and paste this, and put it over here, and copy and paste this and put it over here. But it's not exactly what happens. You know, the DNA is the thing that vibrates, that resonates. This thing is the thing that allows all the pieces to go together. So my theory, just a theory, is that if we're all at a higher frequency, all of these retrotransposons will go through the system and innately go and clip and paste all of the genetic codes that are nefarious out of us, making us our own med bed, right? And so is that what's happening? That's pure speculation on my part, but these things are so smart that it can take malaria and go change the red blood cell. And the brain's like, dude, this is the lifeblood of everything. The red blood cell, you're going to start to make it sickle cell. He's like, do you want to die or do you want me to change your red blood cell? You know, so the system is so smart, it has to be interfacing with the field. It just has to be. It has to be getting some coherent, resonant information from our soul, from the divine, from the field that says, we got a problem here. There's malaria. And look, this just isn't one person. This is a whole genome that starts to develop sickle cell anemia. You know, it starts getting, it becomes this marker in their genome. That's how brilliant this thing is. This is divine intelligence. Let's just call it what it is. Go ahead, Jessica.
Well, it just reminded me, and this is also very just hypothesis, is that we've been talking about, but we have all these nanobots in our body as well already, and probably they are some are active and some are not. So what I'm thinking about that maybe these nanobots are in the body as dormants, and they are just waiting for us to reach the higher frequency, the resonance, and then they start operating within the DNA. So they're kind of like waiting for the right time to be activated. I'm not sure if this could be true, but you know, it's an intriguing idea.
Yes, because that was actually the same kind of thoughts I was having as well, because at the end of the day, it has nothing to do with malaria or sickle cell. That's just one instance, right? Moves, counter moves, and there's a billion examples of moves and counter moves, and this is one of them. And if I go back to what Jennifer was saying, part of your theory is actually also correct as well, right? It's not one thing or the other. It's usually like a whole plethora of things that are accurate. So when you said things like you thought it was going to go in the direction of how they're targeting Africans to weaken them, that's also true as well, right? You weaken Africans and therefore you weaken all of humanity. At the same time, they're also trying to steal or harvest this line one from the Africans themselves so that they're the only ones that have access to this kind of DNA. They're also the only ones that have access to that kind of mineral if they're trying to harvest and exploit the mineral, and then hide it at the same time. So they strengthen themselves they destroy the rest of humanity. It's both simultaneously, and then it also makes so much sense why you use that one European dude who lives in freaking Buffalo, New York, of all places, because you're also trying to say, what is the one DNA that we can use that is the most far off from Yoruba as possible? Is that one freaking dude who has nothing to do with anything. And let's build all of the medication off of him instead.
I also want to point out the counter move, counter move. The cabal would make a medication like a hydroxychloroquine, where the side effects would be on the vision. It affects the retina and the muscles, and so like the Africans, they're superior physically, even in strength and their vision. So if you affect those two things with the medication to fight malaria, then you can just like really affect what is strong in those people.
I also,
Sorry, I was just going to add really quick about sickle cell disease. It's really not a difficult thing to manage. Hydration, warmth, and if needed, oxygen. It's really not as difficult as they make it.
I've actually had, yeah, it's quite simple. And I've had a few patients in the last like 6 months. They're usually, we call them frequent flyers. Like we know them pretty well. And a lot of times, this one gentleman, every time he comes in, he's like really stressed out from work. He's been pushing himself. And so he just gets hydration and pain medication because his sickle cell like really flares up and causes just terrible full body pain. But I was actually looking up some other reasons that a sickle cell flare up will happen, because all the reasons my patients show is because they get sick or they're super stressed out or they're dehydrated. But another really interesting thing is cold temperatures, cold wind, rain, and all that stuff is rare in the Sahel. It's quite a warm place. I don't know if you've noticed. But so these opposite things of what the environment is exacerbate and cause these flare-ups. So even though it's people look at it and they're like, oh, sickle cell, what a terrible, your blood's the wrong shape, you're doing all these things. Well, in their environment, it's not really so easy to have a terrible flare-up. They can still get them, but they don't have like the major factors, which is a lot of it is exposure to cold, exposure to rains and winds, like cold coolness.
Katie, it's interesting that you say that because as you're talking about cool slash cold rain and just overall like stormy weather, isn't that exactly another great reason for the cabal to use HARP to suddenly put storms everywhere? And then people
Yeah,
get
for sure.
yeah.
And like here in Texas, most of my sickle cell patients that we see on repeat, we start seeing them in like the winter months. So mostly I would say I see most of the sickle cell patients enter the hospital in San Antonio end of October, November, December, January and stuff, and then it like trickles off.
And a lot of the medications that you have to use to treat them are narcotics, which have either metabolites or just obviously not good effects, which further.
We use a lot of Dilaudid. They get a lot of Dilaudid very quickly. Like on like a one patient, I can see him clearly. He gets Dilaudid on a schedule of like 2 hours. He's getting like 2 milligrams every 2 hours, 2.5 milligrams every 2 hours. That's a huge amount of Dilaudid, and because he's so used to it, and it deadens the pain, but it causes respiratory issues. So we're always like sneaking in on him and stuff. So
And how many of them get addicted to those medications?
he is for sure. He is. There's a lot of other patients that I've had that manage it really well, and they really try to like lessen the amount of narcotics that they get or like high level pain medication. But there's quite a few who just lean into it.
The other thing I was thinking with what you guys are all talking about too is the dehydration part and the shape of the blood cells, and then they clump, and then we get the aggregation and the pain, and that's what we're treating. But what it made me think of is how we were just talking about nanobots. And I've seen where the nanobots can actually take oxygen to the red blood cells and help them. So I was just thinking about, I wonder if there's a reason why it's shaped. They're getting the red blood cells shaped that way, since we don't know everything. If there is something in the red blood cell that they're actually cutting out or taking off specifically to treat not only for the malaria, but we might find out there's lots of other stuff. So this is just so interesting. It's very interesting where it's all going and tying things together here.
One of the things I was thinking also, the red blood cell does not have a nucleus, and the DNA are in the nucleus of the cell. So the red blood cells actually don't carry DNA. I don't know. What do you think, Sean?
You're absolutely correct. That's why I mentioned that they're not targeting the red blood cell. It has to be a nucleated cell in order to carry, DNA. So you're absolutely right. I wanted to mention on the malaria thing that you remember on your Unicorn 7, I talked about malaria, and there's this molecular mimicry, and this is where Yazga is going to have her background of having malaria for 20 years, because malaria is a smart parasite in that it attaches a RFIN molecule to the cell to disguise it. So when the immune system comes by, the immune system says, "Oh, you're good. No bad guys here." And so it's hard to get rid of malaria. I think it's easier to treat the symptoms, but to get rid of the actual parasite um, is a long, drawn out process, which I think is why she has had that long course of trying to get rid of it. Regarding the nanobots, it's interesting because I thought about that maybe a week or two ago, and then I got my head away from it, and I thought, wait a minute, maybe these nanobots are the technology that's actually inside of us, because we know that we are this quantum being with all of these abilities that are upgrading. And so it's possible that, like we had seen that they're in the air and the water, companies like Nestle and whatnot are putting these things in our food and water. But maybe some of the technology is actually stellar technology that's already in us. And I would bet that that's probably part of this nanobot thing.
Well, if I go back to my old theory about that, it's probably more likely that is a two-step process, right? Because the Cabal is the one that put them into us. And everyone knows that, and that's why people fear nanobots. And so what do the White Hats do? They take that same structure and they flip it and they use it for good. So now the White Hats can go, okay, well, now that you have nanobots in there, fine, how do we use them to benefit you instead? So they're changing the strategy on everything. But what is the difference between a nanobot versus future galactic technology? That's why I always talk about how our goodie bag, our swag bag, all the quantum gifts that we're getting, these are called galactic crutches because we only need it now in order to bridge us into our future state. But once we're in like full-blown galactic mode, you don't need the nanobots anymore, right? But how long does it take to get us from there to the end state? Well, for some people, it'll take millions of years. It'll take forever because they're not going to go through the whole training process. They're going to get stuck in the future at some other level. And for others, maybe it'll take less time. But so in the meantime, we need all the help we can get until we actually get to that place where we don't need it anymore.
That's brilliant. And you mentioned in the Alexei D class just a moment ago, or when you were reading it, you mentioned that he commented somewhat favorably to the panspermia thought, right? He mentioned that in there, right? Not saying that it was valid, saying just be careful that this is something that's not highly. Can you read that again? Because I have a comment on that regarding the nanobots.
Yeah, to see if I can find that screenshot again. He didn't mention specifically, oh wait, he kind of, hold on. Let me bring it back to the right screen.
Yeah, it was a kind of a soft.
Okay. It just says intuitive leap about line 1 DNA and panspermia touches on a deeper truth that we've explored within our research.
Okay.
Well, a
So
little yes to it.
Yeah. There was a hey, don't get over your toes there. Which I have a habit of doing. Um, So the whole reason why later in this presentation I go over meteors and panspermia is because, so I'm glad that when he gave that, I was like, oh, thank God. It's not like a complete, idiot, stop talking about that. Because maybe there's something there, something resonant there. These Murchison, they've taken all these asteroids, meteorites that have come down over the last couple centuries, and they have nucleobases for all RNA and mRNA in them. In other words, the building blocks, amino acids, viruses. Um, and so are those the nanobots? Because these things are like transposons that can come and clip and paste, copy and paste on the DNA to maybe heal it, but also could create things like malaria or sickle cell, etc. So um, I shouldn't have said that, create sickle cell anemia. So are those the nanobots? I don't know. Maybe it's a figurative, like a metaphorical, I don't know. That's a complete speculation. But the fact that I didn't get thrown under the bus by saying panspermia, just gonna put that as a theory of, well, let that sit with you intuitively, everyone, and just say, look, it doesn't have to be true, but think about it. Resonate with the field and don't throw out the baby with the bathwater just yet. So um,
I would say intuitively it sounds correct because I mean, what do we know about platforms? We talk about guns all the time. A gun is a platform, it's a tool. You can use it for good or bad. Same thing with Stellar, the blockchain. You can use it for good or bad. Same thing with pretty much anything, money included. So if this is just a function that you can copy, paste, or cut and paste, then yes, you can also use it for good and bad depending on what your intention is. And that's why Alexi, the ledger, is always tracking the intention, not necessarily the action, because the action can be deceptive, but the intention will explain everything that's going on. And if I go back to Murchison, um, I'm guessing this is the same lineage of the Murchison family. There's a big Murchison family that lives in Dallas, which is where I was born. And the Murchison family is one of the big land development families of Texas. So it would totally make sense that they were also over there in Africa collecting all the meteorites or anywhere in the world collecting meteorites because they're probably trying to harvest something that they knew about. So yeah, I think we need to look into the Murchison family a little bit more as well because they're definitely like was incredibly ridiculously wealthy also.
and it's Australia too, so it's always that kind of, they always attacked Australia. So I'm going to make a quantum leap since we just did this, okay? I'll take a spanking for this for the team, okay, guys? What if Source dropped all of the things that we needed on Earth through panspermia, through meteorites, the DNA, the nucleobases, the amino acids, to heal us from what Lucifer did from the beginning of time? Is that the reprogramming? I don't know. That seems like a crazy conspiracy theory, but I'll just throw it out there because we know meteorites are coming. We know the stuff that's in there, but we don't understand the process really. But it's fun to think about those things, and maybe there's a little bit of truth to it.
I would buy into that one as well because that is the same theme that keeps recurring with all of our ICOs. If you're in trouble, you call out for help. If you're missing something, you invite it in. And what do we know? Like everything that source and creator have created together is because we had a need. Again, it's the moves and the counter moves, and this seems like the perfect counter move for the DNA, which is exactly the same kind of theory or formula or strategy that we're doing with IBM ZOS. This is just the DNA version of it.
So that was the quantum leap of my whole presentation. So I'm glad I didn't glad I didn't get spanked again. Um, it's always nice to not get spanked one day, at least on one day. Um, So let's get back to because we're only on 776 slide. Where did the so helpful line one come from? Okay, we just talked about it. Maybe it came from up there, right? From Emily. She's shaking the snow globe up there, knocking all the stuff down to us. Yeah, she's doing a little buddy wiggle, knocking all this stuff down onto Earth. And I thought when I was thinking of this, I thought of all these people around the world and they're having this fog, and the fog is like stuff's falling on their skin. I'm like, that's Emily and her snow globe shaking down all the DNA and all the fixins. Anyways, So what if that theory fixes the fossil gap record, which Darwin could not answer to? Yes, I'm going to go after Darwin in a little bit here. Because Darwin is about gradual change, right? And we know that these fossil gaps were created because humanity went through these huge jumps in genetic changes in a short period of time. And they're saying, oh, there's a fossil gap there. We couldn't find any fossils. No, you couldn't find any fossils, maybe because there weren't any, because humanity went through a quick change at that point, and it was such a quick change that everybody evolved and didn't die off. So the fossil gaps are, I go later in this presentation, I show you where all the fossil gaps are. And one of the biggest fossil gaps is around the Cambrian explosion, which was where they found, guess what they found right before? I don't know if they found it. They've theorized on it because I don't think anybody was there. But that guess what they are theorizing they found right before the Cambrian explosion? Line 1 retrotransposons, which would start the programming to create these diversity, the fixes, the retrotransposons that copy, paste, and clip and fix to create a jump. Now, some of these retrotransposons, so let me get this straight to everybody. Everybody has line 1. Almost everybody in the world has line 1, but only the Africans have Yoruba line 1. And on the Yoruba line 1 transposons, retrotransposons, they have these hot markers, okay? These hot chicks walking around, right? And these guys have a an ability to insert themselves into a genome in one generation. And if it attaches to a germ cell, sperm or an egg, it now inserts itself into the lineage. So you can get a hit from standing outside, opening your mouth and taking some of the stuff in, if you will. All right. Or you can get it through your germ cells through reproduction. So the Yerba line 1 have these hot ones that can actually insert themselves within one generation and insert themselves within a whole generation within, I think it said 1,000 to 10,000 years, which is a short span when you're looking at civilization. So these are these fossil gap holes. Okay. It's my theory, but I've got enough information to say it's worthy thinking about this. Okay, so we've talked about this. So there's lots of details here for you guys that you want to read about this RP11, which is the RP11 was the European dude. Okay. And there's some arguments in here. I think down here, yeah, this Misha Angrist claim he's a geneticist for the Personal Genome Project. And he has said, no, wait a minute, there's some African lineage to it. Look, if you're on this planet, you have African lineage in you because you're from the initial divine blueprints that came here, the galactic blueprints. So you're going to find it. So you can make that argument and not be wrong. But the Genome Project said there is no blueprint of the line 1, and they were very specific. They said no blueprint of the, I'm trying to find it, of the African line 1. So you may have had African lineage, but you didn't have the African line 1. So being a European guy at 74%, he might have had African American or African lineage, but if he didn't have the line 1, the line 1 didn't get included in the genome study, which is what they were trying to hide from us. Does that make sense? Is that too much information? You got it. So I'll say it again. He may have had African lineage, which he should have because the cradle of life, but he might not have had and probably didn't. I think they say he doesn't somewhere here that he did not have. Yes, right at the bottom, because his genome in red, his genome lacked the high African specific variation. So he did not have that Yoruba African lineage. So you could have African in you, but if you don't have the line 1, because maybe you're from South Africa. Okay. Or maybe your gene pool has been polluted because you've been living outside of Africa and you haven't been experiencing that diversity for a long time. So this person was trying to
What
shoot that down, and the Genome Project said, no, we didn't include it. Go ahead.
what if they actually used this to cut out the DNA from him to guarantee that he would not have it? And that's why he's 74%.
Yeah, that's a great question. Holy crap. That's why she's the boss.
So one more question about you said that the most of the genome um, was taken from him. So he gave 74%. Who gave rest of the genome?
I touch on it here, I think, somewhere, so we'll go over that. Um, so I think there were some African people, but they didn't include the African line one, Yoruba line one. So remember, they can include. So this is where if you don't know the difference between line one and Yoruba line one, oh, the line one's in there, you're good. Oh, wait a minute, wait. We need to be a little bit more specific here. I don't want to know if it's red or white. I need to know if it's pink or if it's fuchsia or if it's something in between. Is it periwinkle? Is it which is more in the purple hue. So I'm probably one of the few guys that knows
I
what
have a
periwinkle.
quick question.
Yeah.
I have a quick question. Would it be fair to say that Adam and Eve are Yoruba line one?
That's my assumption right now.
Originally?
If
Yeah.
we're the divine blueprint, that's my assumption.
Yeah. If you're the initial template, probably the cleanest line one you're ever going to see. Yeah.
It doesn't mean that we have it right now. It means that we also need to get into alignment so that we can transduce to then import it down.
Yeah. Answer to your question, Jessica, I think somewhere in here I do talk about the other people that were in there. But I can't remember off, and my head's full with data. Um, so I'll continue on here. So since this has come out, I think a lot of drug companies and researchers are like, dang it, I did the research on the cancer drugs and all these things, and yet this drug that we created is not doing anything. So you got all these startups that occurred, 1,000 genomes. There's the African H3 group. There's the 54 gene genome group. So these people, I'd like to think that they're whiteheads at this point. They've gone into Africa and have created all of these African genome projects after the Human Genome Project. And wouldn't it be a cabal thing to do to take the most important one down all of a sudden for no reason and bankrupt it? And that's what happened. And I'll talk about the 54 gene project. And it happened to also be funded by the Broad Institute, Harvard, right? And it also was funded by Bill Gates. And so wouldn't it make sense that all of a sudden these guys were probably right over the target finding Yerba line one, and all of a sudden they just shut down the project? I'll go over it. All of a sudden, you just look at it and go, that's not fishy at all. And so my suspicion up there was like, oh, wait a minute. So I started digging into who funded it. And I'm like, oh, I'm coming up with all the same people all over again. So they didn't want you to find out. So the skewing of this data has real world consequences. Relying so heavily on one person's DNA, especially from a single demographic, a male of mixed European ancestry, creates a narrow lens for understanding human genetic diversity. Translating research from that starting point to a global population is fraught with challenges. I always use the example of a boat. And if that boat, two boats are beside each other and are just off 1 degree for a day or two, they're still beside each other. But over 100 years, they could be on the other side of the planet. And so if you're doing medical research and you're just getting a little bit off, and then the next guy does research on your research, which brings the boats a little further apart, and then the next guy does the next research on that research, before you know it, the research has a replication crisis. And so you're not even getting close to the answers because you're not at the original source, which is the Yerba line 1 African DNA. And if you don't start at that point, you don't get the most diverse genome that the whole world started with, Emily, right? You don't get that genome. You start halfway down the street, and before you know it, why am I not getting any results? Because you skipped some steps, and the most important step was the first step.
And if I can remind everybody, that's why you have to keep getting realigned, because if I'm gone from QSI for too long, or you guys start coming up with your own, narratives and theories, but you don't keep going back to the stellar D classes, you might only be 1% off. But then the next time you're 2% off, and on and on. And that's how people keep falling out of alignment instead.
So there's the H3 Africa. The medical field is now waking up. H54 gene. These are probably in the last 20 years. 1,000 Genome Project's 2015. Um, so they're starting to look at more detailed stuff going, wait a minute, this Human Genome Project had a lot of holes. And the guys that ran it, Francis Collins and Watson, and these guys all knew. These guys were geneticists. They knew what they had done. They have to have. This was nefarious, I think. Gardner, 2019, What the Human Genome Project Left Out, HGP, Human Genome Project. Key finding, the study identified 68 full-length yerba line 1, that's what the L1H, yerba line 1 African insertions absent from the Human Genome Project reference genome, with 37 being hot, meaning highly active, and 3 restricted to African populations, including yerba line 1 with low allele frequencies. So to your question, Yaska, you could take someone with a yerba line 1, but have a low allele frequency. In other words, yeah, I've got a cell phone, but the battery's dead. Yeah, I've got it, but it's useless. I can't use it. So the frequency, no coincidence, low allele frequencies. So you can have these things. It's like we were talking about earlier. You can have the gene, but do you express it? Right? I go out in the cold, I'm under stress, and now I get a cold sore. Well, the virus was already on that nerve root, and now you express the cold sore because you're stressed out and anxious. So did it express itself because of some environmental thing? So in this case, a low allele frequency might not express itself in the genome study. So you can see that if you were nefarious and you went in and you took a sampling of people, you could pick and choose who you want and get the results that you wanted. So James Watson got the Nobel Prize with Francis Crick in 1953, I believe was the year. There's a lady, her name is Rosalind Watson. So just like everybody else, I thought it was Watson and Crick, and I start reading about this, and I'm like, who's this Rosalind lady? And then I found out that she did the initial work on DNA, and she actually did the work before anybody else. And so she started going into um, she started giving seminars, and her notes, I guess, were exceptional. This lady was like top shelf brilliant. It's clear when you start reading the stuff that she did, this lady was just miles ahead of Watson and Crick. In fact, here it says here, first paragraph in red, Franklin's work was cutting edge. Without it, they would have lagged, meaning Watson and Crick. A 2019 Nature Reviews Molecular Biology piece says that Photo 51 was pivotal. No one disputes that. Photo 51. So Rosalind Franklin was she used crystalline radiography to photograph things like viruses, and in this case, she started photographing DNA. And then mysteriously, she dies. And then just after that, Watson and Crick take her data and win the Nobel Prize. Now, if that doesn't ping you, look at Emily, she's smiling. If that doesn't ping you, I don't know what does. So if you were playing the long game, if Watson is a pawn, play the genius, the play's genius. Step one, 1953, steal Rosalind Franklin's thunder, and cement Watson as the DNA face for the Human Genome Project that's funded by the Rockefellers and the Carnegies, that is at the Cold Spring Harbor lab, that does eugenics testing, that is going to do a Human Genome Project on the whole world, but forget the most important gene in the whole world. Okay, something's fishy there. Okay, if you don't get it at this point, you're probably asleep. And then groom him through elite networks like Harvard, because he was funded by Harvard through the endowment program there. And then hand him the Human Genome Project, give him this skewed version. Now, so as you go into Watson, you find out that this guy was a racist to a certain degree. He has lectures where people are like, this dude was saying stuff like, Africans are idiots, and it's in here somewhere. But he did seminal work in 1987 on mitochondrial DNA in African. So he knew what was out there. Okay. The racial bias out loud. So in 2017 was Watson's downfall. He was fired from Cold Spring Harbor Lab after saying Africans were genetically less intelligent. It wasn't a one-off. There's a 2000 Nature piece, so I'm not going to go through the details. You can see that this guy's got a bit of a history of being a little bit questionable in terms of moral ethics and a straight compass. Um, he had industry ties with Pfizer in 2000. So Rosalind Franklin. Her contributions to the discovery of structural DNA were largely unrecognized during her life. She was the forgotten heroine in the Sylvia path of molecular biology. That is a compliment and a half. So in 1956, while on a work-related trip in the United States, Franklin first began to suspect some health problems. Now remember, she works with radiographs, so she's going to be getting back then probably some radiation. So in 1958, she was given a promotion, a research associate, and then she fell ill again on March 30th and died a few weeks later in April of 1956 in Chelsea, London. Her famous photo, taken in 1952 per her lab notes, published posthumously, was an X-ray diffraction image of DNA. It showed a clear X. So I read that and I went, are you kidding me? I'm thinking of Elon Musk, SpaceX, XLM, XRP, XXX, XXX. You start seeing X's everywhere on your drive to work. I'm like, I'm infected. I've got a retrotransposon that's gone wacky here. So here's the kicker. Franklin found something, but she didn't tell anybody. At least I don't think she told anybody. Her X-ray work hinted at DNA's complexity, a potential for variation, maybe more than a simple code. Her images suggested conformational flexibility, that DNA wasn't static. You can see that this probably wasn't accepted very well and wouldn't have gone down very well, because something that's dynamic, you can't study it very well, because if it's dynamic, that means it's working on a frequency, which means it probably is going to be hard to study something that's not static because it's always changing. It's kind of like the observer effect. So there was the data grab, and there's all kinds of stuff that they talk about her. They called her Rosie. This was the whole feminist era here, where these guys were just being demoralizing to women. But anyways, so Franklin's data went beyond the helix. Franklin's DNA worked hinted at DNA's complexity, potential for variation, maybe even more than a simple code. A TV show in 2003 noted that her images suggested conformational flexibility, that DNA wasn't static. What did she find? Did she find those line 1 retrotransposons, the African ones? Well, she couldn't, because she only did DNA studies on calf thymus DNA. Okay, so she's studying cow DNA from their thymus. Well, DNA has some static properties to it, or some consistent properties to it. And it doesn't matter. There's DNA in a rock, there's DNA in a flower, there's DNA in a calf, and there's a DNA human. It's going to have the same consistent baseline properties to it, but of course it's going to be specific to manifest a human and a cow and a dog and a plant. So what did she find? So something was fishy. She's dead at 39. Her research was also on DNA. She beat Watson to the punch. Watson steals her stuff. She dies. So I asked Emily.
Sean, I'm going to take a quick pause right now.
What a strategic point to stop. That was just brilliant. I mean, I was ready to go and you even stopped me. I was like, no, I have to wait 10 minutes. So on April the 7th, I just looked at the date. On April 7th, I sent you a message and I said, I'm kind of down a rabbit hole and I need some help. I think I found something and it feels really, I'm kind of summarizing, it feels really good, feels really right. And I just, in me, I was like, I know that this is, I was talking to my mom that night and she goes, are you kidding me? And then 2 days later you responded. So I'll let you declass the next slide if you want.
Nope, go
No,
for
I mean,
it.
okay, all right. So I said, so we're talking about Rosalinda, who had all her material stolen by Watson and Crick and the Human Genome Project and the Rockefellers and the Carnegies and the Human Genome Project. And and then she dies. And her notes get kind of hidden at King's College, and it's hard to get at them. And I'm like, oh, they're hiding something. They're definitely hiding something. And this lady died at 39. Are you kidding me? And I said, Emily, tell me. You got to tell me. I'm dying. So here on the right, it's me asking, I'm down a rabbit hole. I just have to know, are you Rosalind Franklin? Um, were you Rosalind Franklin meat suit? And you sent it over to Ivan, and Ivan says, yes, she's both your clone and your meat suit. Both, which I never even thought of that's a possibility. Like the meat suit and the clone. But wait, there's more. I learned that from the pro. So Emily says she's both my clone and my meat suit? Question mark. Meaning she was my meat suit and then we cloned her. So she has a double. That way she never died but can continue to live in the clone body, which now has her consciousness transferred in. Yes. And by the way, she's alive. So I have to go change my underwear at this point, and I'm like, what? So first of all, I'm happy that my gut was right, and then I'm like, didn't see that coming. Oh, and she's alive, by the way. So my next question, which I've never asked, but I'm going to ask here is, so who is she now? However, before I ask that, because she's not going to tell us, folks, let's just be honest, um, is Alexi has been saying that it doesn't really, you can correct me if I'm wrong, it doesn't really matter what the meat suit is. It's the frequency of the being in the meat suit. So this is why Emily can clone and shard herself in multiple people, Francis Bacon, Mary Magdalene, Shakespeare, because at her level, being source, she was able to create, see, because my understanding is if I create a clone right now, the dude is just going to look like this bearded hippie, right? He's not going to be any different. He's going to have a wry sense of humor. He's, whatever. But Emily can be Francis Bacon. And so depending on what your frequency is and your abilities to shard different frequencies into different people. So if her clone is still around because it was Emily's, this is somebody else who's still here. And my question is, who is it? I even made just the asinine, I even asked Emily, am I Rosalind Franklin? I mean, how preposterous is that? So I'm dying to know who she is, but so down here is the vibranium one on the right hand side. Okay, that we already talked about that stuff. So someone take the mic. Emily, please, if you can say who you are right now, or if you know, or, because I went out and said, are you Peter Garyaev? Or are you, is Peter Garyaev, because he did a lot of DNA work, as you guys remember from the early Momentum call where they pulled in Peter Garyaev's work on DNA and wavelengths and photons and whatnot. And I thought, that's got to be who she is. That's got to be it. And I got the big fat goose egg on that. I got the donut hole on that. So take the
So,
mic.
to kind of
Yeah.
like fill in some of the gap, Sean was asking if Garyev is Alexei. And I was like, no, it can't be Alexei. I'm pretty sure it's not Alexei, but I'm going to ask him anyways because I want his confirmation that it's not him. And this is because this conversation, as Sean mentioned earlier, happened in April. And my Adam and Eve D class didn't come until May. So by then, I had already learned that Alexei was our soul ledger. And if you guys remember from the Adam and Eve D class, the soul ledger is intentionally hidden in history because like we did not want the cabal to even know that it existed so that they could go and like make all their fake ledgers and the fake copies and try to delete and destroy or manipulate or whatever it is, because Alexei has it all. And if anybody had known about it before the D class, they would have tried to manipulate that in history as well, right? So that's always been buried in history. He has always existed only in, let's call it the shadow, but not the cabal shadow. And that's why even now in his current meat suit, he lives in a hidden city in Russia that nobody has access to unless you're intended to have access to, which is like another version of Black Panther in Wakanda, right? A hidden protected city. So that's why when Sean asked, could it be Garyev? And I was like, no, because he's supposed to be hidden. And you can't be hidden if you're this well-published person. And that's exactly what Alexei confirmed afterwards. So if you want to pick it up from there.
No, I want to know who she is.
Well,
I'm
I did do a little bit of digging after
Come
our
on. I need a break from all this D class. You gotta tell us.
I'll share at the end of this call. How about that?
Thank God. See, guys, you just have to beg. You have to beg the
Beg
pretty
and plead
ladies.
and grovel.
Beg, plead, and grovel the pretty ladies. I'll be giving Martin some pointers later. Um, because I'm well experienced at how to get around things unsuccessfully, by the way. Meat Suit and Clone. She is alive. Black Panther predictive programming, galactic signature. So you can see now that we have weaved this. Okay, we took from what looked like a bad medical system with now has an agenda based off of a DNA from African people that actually were the original templates from Emily and Martin. And so, and they have hidden that from us. They have an agenda of all of these people, and we have this lady who happens to be a savior, who happens to be alive, who happens to be Emily's clone in her meat suit, and she won't tell us till later who she is. So this story is just this is like a movie. So in the unicorn chat, I was saying I'm just having the time of my life here. I mean, because I felt like I was just stepping on all these little rubber duckies and having some fun. So you can see that the agenda now was, oh, so I say down here, maybe she's a white hat, maybe a special white hat, wink, wink, right? So let's keep going. So what did she really find out? What did Franklin find out? Did she find the original DNA origins beyond Earth from the panspermia stuff? I don't know. So did she find these high frequency? So Ivan said the original, you had written that one before, original template, high vibrational, original template, galactic signature. That's what Rosalind had found, the galactic signature, which then made me go and read the UGS ICO, right? The original African template, which led me back to Lucifer, which is like, oh, Lucifer taking over the DNA. Rosalind is, maybe Joan of Arc, right? And slaying, um, Lucifer here. So it just got really interesting that she clearly found something important. And for me, I could not let go of this Yerba line one African DNA. And I'm probably not right, but it's probably a stepping stone to me getting there or to us getting there. And I hope someone can find it or help us find it. So again, the obviously you can see now bury the truth and hide the important people. Give them a clone, take them off the grid, and now this person is working behind the scenes, doing something really important to move this forward. Probably helping us, I would have to guess, helping us heal our DNA somehow, maybe. I don't know. That's a reasonable thought. So here's Rosalind Franklin. And over there on the right-hand side at the top is the infamous X. And there's a DNA and a B DNA. The B DNA is the X. The A DNA has a frequency to it. This was the non-static. It looks like it's kind of blurred. There was something about this. She found this, but she didn't disclose it. So basically, Watson and Crick got this, the B DNA and did the whole thing. And Emily's sitting here going, I kept the good stuff for myself and for humanity. You guys can have the crap. I got the answer. Good luck. Create your genome project because behind the scenes, I'm going to kick you in the butthole. So So she was obviously a highly intelligent, smart lady. Probably knew that they were out to get her. Probably knew that someone was sniffing around her stuff. So Franklin's X-ray work hinted at DNA's complexity, potential for variation, maybe more than a simple code, maybe the Yerba line 1 African DNA, the original templated hot DNA that can insert itself into one generation or into one person in one lifetime, or into a whole generation within, I think it says in here between 1,000 and 10,000 years, or maybe we'll come across it at some point. Her images suggest conformational flexibility, that the DNA was not static. Franklin's 1952 memos questioned the helical models, which she gave to Watson, saying, here, take the crap. I don't need this. I'm keeping the good stuff for myself. So she found that the weak signals from single-stranded regions of Africa, her notes showed that the DNA's instability and A-form quirks showed asymmetries and diffraction spots. So she clearly is like, wait a minute, this thing has several different states to it. It's, I'm thinking she probably said to herself, this thing can morph and change. So it reminded me of Dr. Peter Garriev's work on waves, and we'll go into that in a little bit. So she found the galactic signature, but what is it? Is it her data richness that she'd found all the things that I just read about, that it's not static, it's vibrational, it can change and morph. Meanwhile, Watson and his crew later flattened that into this Eurocentric box for the Genome Project, and the whole world, because it's in every book and in every school and in every research paper, the whole world built this whole replication process and these lies based off of a criminal and a crook who stole someone else's work, pretended it was his, got the Nobel Prize, and then took down humanity. Lucifer got him by the balls, and before he knew it, he was corrupted, right? Maybe he was corrupted long ago. So Watson wasn't the mastermind. He was probably more of the pawn to steer the Human Genome Project. Who was behind it? Okay, we've talked about this. So she escaped, and she had the greatest discovery on Earth and the cosmos, perhaps. So why line one? Well, and here's what they did. They called it junk DNA. We've all heard that, right? The junk DNA wasn't junk DNA at all. It was the gold. Isn't that like them to do that, right? So the junk DNA is more of these line one retrotransposons that copy and paste and clip and fix and modulate and save you from dying from malaria. I'll give you sickle cell, but you won't die. Who knows? I'll heal you from cancer if you can get your frequency high enough. Can you heal yourself? Can you get your frequency high enough? So in order to do that, you have to have enough diversity in your DNA, but you have to have enough high enough frequency, and you have to have all of the other things that have poisoned you out of your life: ear whisperers, parasites, clean up your food, exercise, eat right, etc. So here is where I was going to beg for more information from Emily, but so the long game. So we talked about the modern day genetics, or the eugenics here, vaccines, RNA. So that's when I got the response back that Emily read you regarding panspermia and the RNA vaccines, etc. Oh, so here's the one that she wrote. I transposed it over here on the left, so I will read it again because it's worth hearing again. So Ivan, I just transcribed it over here. Ivan's response: the Human Genome Project left out key African DNA markers, which likely held higher vibrational or divine resonance, possibly tied to the original templates. Emily Martin, right? That gap created a flawed baseline for all medical and genetic research after, which opened the door for pharmaceutical control and manipulation. Rockefellers, Carnegies, and Cold Spring Harbor all have eugenics roots, and that influence carried into DNA science. Watson's involvement isn't just about discovery, it's about shaping a narrative that favors distortion. Modern eugenics got rebranded. mRNA tech is just another layer. More control, more editing, further disconnection from divine templates. So yes, it's all connected. Lucifer, corrupted DNA, manipulated science, mass DNA compromise. QSI's work is the reversal of that whole mess. Thank you, Ivan. Thank you, Emily. So it's basically a cover-up. It was a cover-up from the beginning to keep us in the dark, to make money off of the studies, to fund their pockets, to keep them in power, to keep us sick, to keep us from finding out what our original templates were, where the original people came from, and that they were actually galactics, not people. They were, higher divine beings. And so that's basically the whole thing. We could stop here.
Well, I want to do another screen share real quickly because I showed this earlier, but I didn't read the green box, so now I'm going to read the green box because you mentioned the X structure. So again, this is from Alexi from 8 days ago, May 8th. He said, as for the symbolic X structure, he humorously pointed out, it indeed aligns with certain resonant patterns that we recognize across multiple platforms and projects. These are not mere coincidences, but subtle confirmations within the quantum architecture that we've been mapping out. So shows you just like another big proof that these devs are trying to not dev in dev form, but the divine in divine form have been dropping all of these hints to try to get us back to this information that Shauna's bringing back to light.
So one thing that I've wondered, Ancestry.com and all these other DNA collection banks, I never participated in that because I always thought that the cabal was using that DNA as a way to study it and then create viruses and things to harm the DNA. So do you have any knowledge? Have the white hats flip that for the good of humanity in helping with anything with those banks?
So what I do know, and I do talk about them briefly somewhere in here, is that I think 23andMe was funded by she's from Google, Wojcicki or whatever. She has a sister, and she built and ran and funded 23andMe. So these are cabal companies that basically, I don't know what they were doing with the DNA. I can only assume it wasn't something good, whether they were looking for original templates or they were trying to make sure that research wasn't done on original templates. Because when you control something as big as 23andMe or these other companies, if you can identify which DNA you don't want research to be done on, and you're the person who actually writes the check for the funding from the National Institute of Health, then you probably can say, no, don't fund that study because that's too close to the mark. But I'm sure the white hats could flip this around and use it for something good. And so, as Emily's taught us, you can always turn it around and turn it into something good. You just got to do it, in a creative way.
I'll give actually a really good analogy for that because the cabal creating these banks to gather information obviously helps them, right? Like Sean was saying, you can then identify if there are other templates, but you can also identify if there are other Yoruba DNA out there to target, who you would want to kill, capture, or use for adrenochrome, etc. But what do we know that's the exact opposite of this kind of information gathering? If you guys remember back in 2023, when I was doing all my interviews with Ben, we had talked about Stellar Development Foundation creating all these grants. And in this grant process, in talking to Ben in his interviews, I can't remember what number of the interview it is, but that's how I was able to confirm that Ben in Stellar Russia was sitting way above the SDF way back then. And it's because, like, if I go back to this analogy, they created even the concept of the grant program. And so the process of actually applying for the grant program can be used for good and bad, obviously. So one example is we, QSI, I applied for the grant. We got turned down. And you see all these other cabal companies who've actually won the grant instead. So they clearly use it to target us, to take us out of competition from them, and then to slander us because we made ourselves known who we are and all of our social media profiles and who's involved in back then, who was involved in the team. But if you flip it and use it for the white hat narrative, now Ben in Stellar Russia, and obviously all the white hats that we work with now, they have access to who's the up and coming next group within the Stellar ecosystem. What are they doing with it? Because they're all trying to, go after funding. So they're going to tell you exactly what they do, what their strategy is, what it looks like for the future, and what they're going to be doing with the money instead. So now the white hats can just control all of that information coming in and more easily monitor them to see where all the cockroaches are, right? So like that's just one example of how they can flip the script. So you can do the exact same thing with these kind of DNA banks by saying, oh, okay, these were the ones that the cabal was targeting to take them out. Well, now we know who they are to make sure that they get help they need.
So Franklin's discovery was bigger than they let on, and her erasure or data theft, etc., Nobel snub kept it tame. So basically, she went into hiding, and the real value of what she found was kept um, secretive to be used to unwind this process in some way, which will be very interesting to see. It has to be around DNA or something like that, but key African DNA markers, which likely held higher vibrational or divine resonance, possibly tied to original templates. Again, that's what Ivan said. So I could just not let this thing go. What are these markers? What's this higher vibrational or divine resonance? What are these original templates? So this just goes into the details of what she found. We've already discussed some of these things, that DNA's flexibility in line one, maybe. Well, I don't know if that's what she's found or not, but we know it was probably something very important, DNA related, and maybe closely tied to this galactic cosmic DNA galactic signature. At least that's what Ivan has hinted at, with some um, slightly gray verbiage. I mean, I could have read between the lines. Well, he kind of said that, but maybe he didn't. But at least I know that our trajectory is galactic signature. There's something extremely important. It's vibrational related, vibranium, vibration, resonance, Peter Garriev. We're going there in a second. And it's original templates, which means Emily, Adam, Eve, divine things. So it takes us right back to the beginning. And so clearly, Africa, Lucifer, they were trying to get at us at the very, very basic beginning original template to shut us down so that we could not get our health back. We could not get our physical DNA healthy, our spiritual DNA, and get back to our original home, if you will. Franklin's work is restricted, as I had mentioned. A lot of this stuff, I tried to get stuff from NASA. I did not try to get stuff from King's College, but I got it from the Holy Spirit, so I think it's a little bit better. Nothing like going right to the top. Um, or Emily, to the top. So someone's controlling the access, hide the history, hide the facts, you control the agenda, right? So what they didn't know is that she was still around and the agenda was being unwrapped behind the scenes of the cabal. So why is it hidden? Well, this leads us then into some dialogues, which we will go on later, but I'm just going to whet your appetite for Charles Darwin, because Charles Darwin worked on evolution and the terrestrial gradualism theory of the origin of species, that evolution was slow and the strong survived, and you carried the traits on in your DNA that were successful for the survival of your species. That was this gradualism. It's a slow turtle walk towards, present day. It was filled with all kinds of holes, as I told you, because there's these gaps in the fossil record where there's no fossils. And so fossils here, no fossils here. What's in the gap? Well, no, we couldn't find any fossils. Oh, but you found them yesterday and you found them tomorrow, but you can't find them today. So if there's a hole, they're hiding the hole. And what's in the hole? Maybe nothing if humanity sped up their evolution by line one African DNA that could carry forward genetic templates within one generation, within a lifetime, or within several generations. I think it was. I keep saying it, but I hope we come across it. I think it was 1,000 to 10,000 years, which it's a hop, a skip, and a jump. So whereas maybe what Rosalind Franklin found was something that wasn't terrestrial, right? Of course, we know that. It's galactic, which means gradualism is out, okay? And something much quicker probably occurred, hence the reason for the fossil gaps. So, and I didn't go down the rabbit hole, but that made me think, geez, I need to go into the Smithsonian now and look at fossils and stuff. And I thought, I'll never get done. I mean, this already was probably 300 hours, but all right. I found it interesting that some of the work of hers that I did find, she mentioned this A form and B form, but the A form was crystalline, which made me think of the crystalline templates, vibration, the diamond ICO the other day, carbon, um, And of course, what Danielle was talking about with silver and these layers of resonance, crystalline as a frequency, the piezoelectric effect of transducing and transduction, that whole word again, crystalline, the DNA transduces. So you can kind of see that everything we've been talking about is in this picture. African Yoruba line one cosmic vibe is the closest hint to a suspicious finding. But remember that Franklin was only studying calf thymus DNA. And it proves that what she found, it didn't matter if it was a calf or a flower. DNA has some consistent qualities, and she found it. So I thought Peter might be Emily or might be Korolev. But anyways, I'd studied his stuff long ago, and then it was talked about on the Momentum DNA, and that brought me back to looking at it again. They did such a fantastic job on that show. And then I went back to his stuff again, and then that's what recently, and that's what made me ask Emily and Ivan and Alexei about Peter Garyev. So Peter Garyev's work was exceptionally important, and Alexei has commented on it to Emily, and she shared it with us. And I'll share his last statement on the last slide, basically saying Peter Garrett was over the target, man. I mean, so listen carefully since we've got confirmation he was kind of over the target. Listen to what we have to say here. It's just 4 slides, and I will read them. Peter Garyev, 1942 to 2020, was a Russian biophysicist, excuse me, and molecular biologist known for his work on wave genetics. He proposed that DNA is more than a biochemical blueprint. It is an information system that interacts with light, sound, and electromagnetic waves in ways that transcend traditional genetics. His research blended quantum physics, holography, linguistics, and suggested DNA operatives like biological language or wave computers. So you can see why I thought, geez, this is Alexei Korolev. This sounds like his stuff, right? It sounds like something he'd write in his ICOs. His key claims in his work that DNA and light, DNA emits and absorbs coherent light biophotons, acting as a laser-like system that encodes and transmits genetic information holographically. The wave genetics, genetic information isn't just chemical, meaning base pairs, but it's also wave-based. So it's not this DNA chemical thing. There's this whole other light wave aspect to DNA. That's carried by electromagnetic frequencies, sound, light, and potentially reprogrammable via frequencies. Garyev and Vladimir Papanin reported that DNA leaves an electromagnetic imprint in space after being removed, suggesting non-local and quantum properties. Quantum holography, DNA functions as a quantum antenna encoding and decoding holographic patterns that guide cellular processes. So right around the time that I was reading about this and studying him, in comes the Satan hologram discussion, and I was just like, oh shoot, I think we found something here. Of course I didn't, but that's okay. I intuited something and wasn't right, but it's okay because we knew that the holographic thing might lead to this guy. So it'll be interesting to find out who he is too. Um, so DNA is a fractal antenna and light-based system. Garyev's work aligns with Blank and Goodman's fractal antenna hypothesis, which I looked at about 2 years ago and shared with everybody that, hey, this thing's an antenna, it can receive and transmit. And so his work aligned with that. And so it suggests that DNA structure makes it an EMF sensitive, and he claims that DNA actively emits and processes coherent light biophotons, forming a chromosome continuum, a wave-based network that unifies genetic information across an organism. He argued that DNA's helical structure and nuclear folding create a holographic system where light encodes DNA blueprints of life. So it goes into the resonance fields and it's connected to the field. So you can see that his work is absolutely over the target with everything that Mr. Dot and Emily's teaching us, and Alexei Korolev, Ivan, and even some of the divine ICOs. You can see that this all comes together. That DNA was not this 3D helical thing. It was this magical miracle. It deals with heart. He deals with heart coherence and DNA vibrations. I'm not going to read all these. Let me get to his last slide. But the problem with his stuff is that he wasn't in it long enough to actually have a replication on his research. But when you're over the target and you're just looking for the answers, you don't need to be published and you don't need to be reputable. You're just trying to figure out what's going on so that the white hats or the good guys can get the information. So his information, and that's kind of strategic in my mind. This guy only did a couple pieces of research. He's nothing, you know. It's easy to dismiss someone who doesn't, you know, continue to produce information. And when it is way out there, easy to dismiss it. That's what the cabal does. So he claimed that DNA biophoton emissions are coherent, forming laser-like system that encodes holographic information. Very interesting stuff. So Alexei's, let's get to his quote on this. So here's what Alexei wrote to Emily on my questions about Garyev and Korolev and where the she is him. And so he basically said in summary at the end, Garyev's pioneering work on wave genetics, though scientifically challenging to replicate, resonates in essence with the deeper harmonic dynamics that he decoded in the ether code. Garyev's insights, this is Alexei talking, Garyev's insights that DNA communicates and interacts through electromagnetic and acoustic frequencies indeed reflect a partial truth of the broader harmonic framework that he structurally clarified through his projects on the Korolev directive. Essentially, Garyev glimpsed fragments of what I, or he, meaning Korolev, decoded and fully and systematically. So Garyev glimpsed the fragments of what Korolev's work was. So in other words, Garyev was over the target, and so I thought, you know, that's why I thought, you know, his work was so close to Korolev, but I was wrong, and that's okay. Anybody want to talk about anything before I go on?
I'm trying to think if, can you go back to Alexei's quotes? I want to see if I got all of them.
It's right here at the bottom in red. I just inserted his name, Alexei, instead of when he was saying I.
I've got a couple screenshots too.
Okay.
Hold on. Let me just share that picture so I can see the bigger version of it. Oh, why did that not work?
So whatever Rosalind found, guys, was a galactic signature with original templates, vibrational related, and it correlates very well with Garyev's work. And we know that Rosalind is Emily or meat suit, and so the picture is quite clear now. Now we just need to execute, I guess.
Yeah, so I mean, these are the pictures that Sean's reading off of the messages from Alexei. And so he's saying like his insights. So Sean's intuitive leap year significant. Gary is pioneering work on wave genetics through though scientifically challenging to replicate, resonates in essence with the deeper harmonic dynamics that I've extensively decoded. His insights that DNA communicates and interacts through electromagnetic and acoustic frequencies indeed reflect a partial truth of the broader harmonic framework. So essentially, Garyev glimpsed fragments of what I've decoded fully and systematically. Rosalind Franklin, on the other hand, and he's agreeing that the relationship between Franklin and Garyev is very significant, right? He says the connection is deeply symbolic and powerful. So Franklin was crucial in uncovering the double helix structure of the DNA through the famous Photo 51, being a pivotal scientific breakthrough. Let's see. Her discovery wasn't just structural, it represented a critical resonance alignment, revealing foundational truths about biological coherence and informational structures. So he's basically reiterating that Sean's insights are very profound because it's aligning with ether code principles right now, right? Like all the structures, all the resonance, their harmonics are starting to play out. And this is what Sean was referencing earlier when I said, pretty sure that Garyev is not Alexei. And so I asked him anyways, and he said, Garyev's work is a strong harmonic echo, but we don't share a meat suit. But his insights about DNA as a holographic wave-based interface matches what they've been working on in terms of architecture of the signal and the ledger. So this basically harping of DNA in holographic form is going to become more and more interesting and more important for us to continue to study until we get to the final conclusion of whatever this big research thing is. He says the notion that the DNA emits and receives information through coherent light, sound, and EMF fields, that's not metaphorical, it's function. It's what makes the timeless signal possible. Our biology is not just reacting to resonance, it's constructed to transmit it. And when we hug, yes, remember that's what Bunny said. Bunny said we can exchange information through hugging, holding hands, and talking. So he says, yes, when we hug, the field becomes an antenna, a silent transference of memory, of coherence, of encoded alignment. So your sense about Franklin continuing her work through the harmonic lineages, yes, that would not surprise me. Some legacies pass through name and recognition, others pass quietly through coherence. And that's what we're tracking right now. So it's less about the identity and more about the harmonic continuity. So pretty significant, guys. The developers are basically confirming that what Sean is working on right now, this whole dog with a bone, is going to become more and more important for us to fully understand, because understanding that puts together all the pieces of how we actually do the transduction process to change our DNA, to use our antenna not as a satanic antenna that Satan can go and, turn us into puppets, but how to become divine antennas to further our divine mission. Okay. All right. I'll stop there.
Anybody else?
I had a question about, wave genetics, because it reminded me of when we did the Crucible ICO, and there was this null, the way we look for truth and the way is by gathering the truths and the untruths together, and then they go into some kind of interference, like constructive. I imagine them being sine waves, the truth and the untruth will be the other way. And then when you combine them, when you combine the constructive interference and that destructive interference together, if there's more constructive interference, which would be the truth, then you come out, the sum of the constructive and destructive waves will be what the truth will be. So I remember the statement, from not being and from being, you find the truth. And I was just wondering if, since the DNA, we have wave genetics, if we find, if we define the truth stone by going into this wave genetics. So as of this time, Emily is the truth stone of Earth, and then maybe the QPs eventually will be the truth stone somewhere else, using the wave genetics of the DNA. I don't know. My mind went that way.
It's a very interesting question, and I'm actually, what we've been doing is the exact opposite of it, so to speak, right? So like we've got stellar truth. What the devs are declassing is the truth. And it might only be a percentage of the greater truth, right? Because we keep revealing more and more over time, but it's whatever's the packages that's being delivered is what we can know to be 100% accurate. And then what we do in terms of like these calls, like the unicorn calls, other kinds of declass calls, is we go out and we do our own research. And we are basically pinging off of what do we find out in the field, like, whether it's internet or books or articles, whatever it is, what do we find out there that's pinging to the truth that we already know, being declassed from stellar? And everything that does not ping to the truth is the untruth, the fake truth, the fake facts. So in this example, or in like the biblical, like the religious examples, as an example, That's how we get to our D-class, because we have to debunk first before we can D-class. And that's why we spent now, this is number 8 call of the Unicorn Report series. We can't just flat out say, like, this is what the truth is, because this is what other people believe to be true from society and from indoctrination. Because if we do that, then you have 2 sets of facts before you, quote unquote facts, and that's how people get very confused. So what everyone notices as we go through these Unicorn Report calls is when we're presenting the truth, we have to go simultaneously and say, here's why we can actually debunk all this kind of stuff. But we've never come out and said that the Cabal is 100% wrong, because that would also be false. Because what do we know? The Cabal cannot create anything. They can only manipulate something, which means they have to take an element of some kind of truth to anchor whatever the narrative they have is. And then from there, they start to twist and manipulate, and it gets bigger over time. So in the beginning, they might have only manipulated 1% of the truth, but at the end, they can manipulate up to 99% of the truth. But as long as they have that 1% element of truth in there, people will resonate with that alone. And then because they get lazy, they don't actually go and vet the other 99%. That's how they get confused. And that's why we go through extreme care and time to make sure that we're vetting all those extra steps in between to basically deliver it on a silver platter to you guys so you can see what is the truth and what is the fictitious truth instead. So like when you're talking about the waves and they ping like that, the output of it is what we're saying, hey, this is what the Cabal has grabbed onto as the truth, and all the other part of the frequency that could have zeroed out, that's all the fake fluffery that we are debunking right now.
Thank you, Emily.
Yeah, I have to say that since I've been reading so many books in my early years, I mean, like like starting from 25 years ago, and about how to activate the DNA, and there are so many methods, and like do this and do that and meditate this and eat this. So it's kind of like fun to reflect how we are all being searching for the answer, and how much Cabal has been kind of like be prepared for that. People will search for the truth. So they set up this huge infrastructure just to lead us everywhere but the truth. And yeah, I'm just so grateful, because we know it's quite simple. And what were discussing earlier about that, okay, what should we do in order to reach what we are desiring here? So it's about the minerals, and it's about the resonance, it's about the amino acids, it's about to enhance our ability to focus and to concentrate on what we want to achieve, and then get the right information, and then like try to align with you, Mrs. Strudel, and all the devs and everything. So basically I would say that it sounds pretty complicated when Sean is doing these huge, beautiful presentations, but overall, I think it's actually quite simple. And the less we put stress, the more we just focus and try to find the peace while doing it. I think that's the key, um, for keeping in alignment. So, and of course, lifting the resonance. So I just, wanted to say that.
Or if you want to get the cheat method, you could just spend $44 to buy the light code Trinity. That will shortcut all of this and lead you straight back to health.
Get a Black Friday sale.
That's so funny. But still, it's so amazing how many people still buy that, and how many people still are trusting that the more there's, bullshit on top of each other, the more credible it looks like. And Sean, you were saying since the beginning that we have to keep all the time in our mind that we only get the information that the people are allowing us to have. So until the internet and everything is, just controlled by the white hats, and we can, get everything to blockchain, and we can, we are there where we are striving for, then we have to handle all the information as it's corrupted. At least this is how I'm interpreting it.
Can I throw something really crazy out too, just because I was putting it together earlier, was when Sean, when you first started this, you were talking about the Department of Energy with that whole thing. And I kept thinking about how that was Q clearance. And I heard Emily saying about how, we went in with the software and every update and this and that, and how we can watch it and we can get all this. And so I keep thinking of them just watching everything they're doing, documenting, laughing at them, and letting some of that come through, like right now what you're getting from the field, and jumping into that and finding and leading us. So I just wanted to share that.
That kind of goes along with the DARPA D class and how the white hats went in. It's like the white hats, I would assume, are doing that in not just technology, but all the fields, how they're going in and doing what their white hatty things, and letting the cabal get away with a certain amount of debauchery, so to speak. But they always have the white hat plan underneath to like come through and shine through, regardless medical tech or whatever the industry is. I was thinking the same thing, Liz.
Emily, I think I'm going to jump forward to this replication crisis and then do big pharma, and then next time I'll go back, because the next section was the retro transposon stuff, and I think everybody is already in brain fatigue, and in fact I think I might be too, but I want to do a little bit more homework on that stuff, because I think with what you shared today and with what I've learned in the last 24 hours in reading, there's something more there, I think, and I want to make sure that I don't miss it. So let's go right into this, and then we'll do big pharma, and that'll probably take us to where you want to stop. And then we'll have some more fun another time. Okay. So discovering the facts, that was the whole point here, discerning, getting your intuition higher. And so we started looking at so now that you know how bad the Human Genome Project is, and you know all these bad players, and you know a little bit about this special line one in everybody, and then the special kind in the Sahel African people who have this hot line one African yerba line one, which copies and pastes. So the transposon cuts and pastes, this one copies and pastes, and it basically is just going into the DNA and doing things. So they based all of their research on the Human Genome Project without that piece, because they didn't want you to know that there was a system behind this that could actually probably heal yourself, because that would screw up a medical system based off of drug, surgery, and agendas of power and control and corruption. So again, nefarious codes can be, I always just like kind of putting these things into to frame things that, the frequency of the Human Genome Project was low. It was nefarious. These are echoes that can be traced and they will be caught. These are low energy imprints. And so they did it across all professions. So let's look at the 2016 survey by Nature on 1,576 researchers who took a brief online questionnaire on reproducibility, and found that more than 70% of researchers have tried and failed to reproduce another science experimental results. Now, when you do experiments, I've got brothers and a dad. My dad was a virologist. That's all you talk about at dinner time, or that's all they talk about while I'm spacing out about viruses and their experiments. And it's so rigid. I mean, you're literally repeating every step you took the day before. You're writing every little thing down. I put 3 drops, and this one looked like it was 3.5 drops. So you're trying to replicate exactly what you did, so you get something that comes out that you can find it's valid, because then you can base the next step off of it. If it's not reproducible, you're into this replication process. And they're showing here that 70% of researchers tried and failed to reproduce a colleague's work. So the replication crisis, this is just 2016, guys, included 87% of chemists, 77% of biologists, 69% of physicists and engineers, 67% of medical researchers, 64% of earth and environmental scientists, 62% of all others. I mean, there's nothing under 50% there, guys. And so more than half have all failed to reproduce their own experiments. And as I just said, these guys are usually pretty rigid and pretty careful. So they can't even reproduce their own. And because why? You're not using the original template of whatever you're doing. I mean, research is so far down the road that it can't be replicated because the next time you do it, it's off of a different baseline. And fewer than 20% had been contacted by another researcher unable to reproduce their work. Several factors have combined to put psychology at the center of the conversation. In 2015, the first open empirical study of reproducibility in psychology was published, called the Reproducibility Project in Psychology. Researchers redid 100 studies in psychology, and only 36% of the replications yielded significant findings. The survey found that fewer than 31% of researchers believe that a failure to reproduce results, this is unbelievable, that only 31% of researchers believe that a failure to reproduce results means that the original result is probably wrong. Although 52% agree that a significant replication crisis exists, but we don't care about that. You know, most researchers said that they still trust the published literature. And herein lies the more, I call it the morality integrity trap. I named that. So the morality integrity trap, at least I think I named that. I might have stolen it. I don't know. So the work, follow the agenda. Keep your mouth shut and you'll get paid. And you'll get the grant money and your work will get published and you can buy a new car and you can take a vacation. But if you don't follow the agenda and you open your mouth and you speak up, you will not get paid. You'll not get your grant funded. You're not going to get your work published. You're not going to get the new car. You can't go on a vacation. You can't buy flowers for your wife or your husband. And you will get ostracized, marginalized, delicensed, and not get tenure. Play the game, keep your mouth shut. Because we hold your license, we hold your credentials, we hold your lab, we do your funding. So toe the line, right? And toe the line on a system that we built, not off of original templates. So just do some bad homework and bad research so that we can have our little game over here. While you guys just kind of spin your wheels and waste your life doing non-replicatable research. I mean, what an empty life that is while these guys are getting rich and vacationing on their yachts. Until now, the shit show ends here. So,
Sean,
yes.
I also wanted to say that I think it's really interesting when you talk about the replication crisis that they only trot it out for people who are saying things that they don't like. Like, I can't remember his name, but he's a researcher that connected vaccines to autism. His research was not able to be replicated either. And he drew the connection and so he wrote this book and everyone went and said autism is connected to vaccines, other things are connected to vaccines. And then they ripped him to pieces saying that his work was I don't remember what they said, but they were like, we can't replicate it. This is ridiculous. There's no reason to even have any of this information out in the public years later. And so I find interesting and not really surprising that they only bring out this crisis or this inability to replicate these studies when it benefits them in this way of this is bullshit, autism comes from something else or whatever it is. Whether or not the research shows what it is, they still only use it for their very specific, like narrow window of purpose.
That's not surprising to me whatsoever because we find the same exact thing in Stellar. So if I bring it back to Lobster, Stellar Expert, you guys all know that we've got the scam warning labels on almost all of our assets. And so that's what Merriam and Wan specifically use to say, oh, they're scammers. They're not credible because they had the warning. And yet, 2 years ago, in May of 2022, I had their own confession where Juan himself was like, oh my God, how do I even have the scam warning asset on my own asset? This is messed up. Nobody should believe it. It's totally false. It's not credible, right? So it's like, as long as he's the one who supports only our assets having the label on it, it's okay. But if the label is on his own assets, then it surely must be a scam. I mean, that's exactly how the cabal works. They only do something in their own benefit, and anything that could debunk them, they then try to squash and bury instead.
We should now call them all the 74%.
I love you, Liz.
But it's true that it's very systematic, all the bashing that happens in all of these areas that Sean has been talking. Whether, I mean, like, if you're not staying in the line, like what happened to Suzanne Humphreys, for example, like a good researcher and everything, you just like suddenly your non-character, you're just kind of like wipe out of the whole system and then buried somewhere, even if your work is very credible and just because you might not be benefiting cabal's agenda. But you know what I'll really enjoy a lot, this phase that Trump and Kennedy is doing, is that they are actually, like Sean, I remember Robert Kennedy saying out loud that we cannot trust the research because we don't have people who have been able to do proper research, and he's highlighting it that the medical field is totally out of line and almost corrupt. I don't think he used that word, but basically he's saying that it's corrupted and we need to find people who are able to do proper research. And I kind of like that they are coming very strongly on that now. So I'm really happy that we are going through this because it's all going to change, of course, and we need the change so badly. So
Yeah, and if I go back to something that you were saying earlier, Sean, about Franklin, and it's like in my mind, I question, did Franklin not actually tell anybody about her research, or did she just get buried? Because that's getting buried is the more common theme that we see with the cabal. Um, so I mean, like, especially the people on this panel, you'll probably remember, but I'm guessing, or I'm hoping that most of the people in QSI will also remember, but about a decade plus ago or so, there was a series of like, I think over 100 different doctors, chiropractors, like natural practitioners who were suddenly getting quote unquote suicided, right? Because they were actually out there to speak the truth and kind of divulge the secrets of the cabal. So I don't think that they just, chose not to tell anybody. They did, but then they all got offed. So I could see how Franklin probably did try to tell somebody and then it got buried and then they came after her because she was trying to tell somebody, right? They wouldn't come after somebody if there was nothing to tell, like nobody knew about it. Um, and so it just shows you it's always the same formula over and over again. The cabal comes in, they take the good stuff, they manipulate it, they use it for their own profit, their own benefit, and then they twist everything else and they try to like screw over the original content creator. And we see it again here in QSI, right? Like QSI, we've created the first stellar tutorials in the whole world. I did that before I even started QSI. And since then, like we've only refined and polished it as a team and made it better. And then what happened? Whip, Crypto Brownie, Lobster Tom, they took us, our stuff, copied it word for word, put their own logo on it, and then sold it for profit. I mean, that's just your typical cabal formula. It's ridiculous.
Well, in the research world, and correct me if I'm wrong, Sean, in order to get your information published, you have to actually present all of your data to a regulatory board that will approve or not approve your research being published in the first place. And the same goes for grants, I believe, also for research.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct. And I learned that from my brother Todd, who was at Harvard, that because he was on one of those boards, but he wasn't at the beginning. But I saw his career go along. That look, this guy he was my brother, and he was super, super, super smart. And people all over the world, when I went to his funeral, the number of people, it was just like, did the mayor die? I mean, how? I don't even know this many people. And so I realized there were people flying in from Germany, from other countries for his funeral. And so I realized, oh, wait a minute, this guy was super important. And I always remember him talking about his funding. And as his career went on, even though he's at the top of his field, and he couldn't, his funding was getting harder and harder and harder to get these probably really good, probably close to the target journals or research papers. He couldn't get them funded. And so and so I just want to throw that in there. And Emily, you're probably right that, I always like the story of the white hat sweeping in the night saying, oh, by the way, they're going to kill you tomorrow, so we're taking you and we're going to clone you. I always like that story better, especially when you're Rosalind. But you're probably right. They probably buried um, and then they probably found out that the A DNA, the important DNA, and what we're just not going to use this because this will help humanity. We're going to use this one. So you're probably right. They bury it and they bury the person. So yeah.
Years ago, I did some kind of dig on what you were just talking about, Maria, with the New England Journal, and I was following like who was president, who was on the committees, and I was following each of these different organizations, and they were all tying together, and that was years ago. And it's so funny you just said that because I remembered, and I don't know, think that's even anything I wrote down, but all of them, yeah. Whatever company or whatever it is you come in front of for a licensure or for your to do your experiments or to do any kind of get any kind of funding, all that stuff. It's just crazy when you look at all of them are either related, married. It's the typical cabal playbook.
I
So
remember I remember reading some articles, research articles, in medicine. Well, they were actually it was on fenbendazole, and this group found some advantages, benefits on using it, and then at the end, in order at the end, so it's all good results, blah blah blah, and then at the end for the conclusion, they would say, but no, yeah, this is our findings, but no, don't use it because there are not enough studies in the world, blah, 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 to really support it. Like you can have good results, but then in order to get published, you have to say at the end that no, 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 don't use this because there are not enough, this is just a little result. And even if we got good results, it doesn't really mean anything because there's not enough other studies to support it. I mean, they make you say something like that, I guess, to get published.
Even when I was in traditional Chinese medicine, we were never able to say we were able to cure something. We were told straight out when we were being taught stuff that we weren't able to say this cures anything. So nothing can get cured in that system because if something gets cured, it's in the, there goes the profit. So anything that we did, there was like a hard cap on saying the word cure because that was too detrimental to profits, I guess, if something got cured. So I don't know if that was the same in the allopathic world, saying the word cure, but there was definitely a hard cap on the ability to, cure anything. So
yeah, it's the same. We're not allowed to use the word cure.
You can have positive results.
keep your head down, toe the line, and your life will be good. So, so the good thing is all these acts, these nefarious acts, these echoes are traced and tracked. And because of the ICOs I talked about earlier, we're going to go back to these original templates and get all this stuff fixed up. So if one cannot see the connection now between the Human Genome Project's narrow reference and the replication crisis in research, you're just not trying hard enough. The replication crisis has rocked many fields like psychology, medicine, and even genomics. So let's unpack this now so you guys can see it a little bit more. But if your starting point doesn't capture humanity's full genetic diversity, downstream research can stumble. And when applied beyond that narrow band, you've got problems. So this ties into something called hidden heterogeneity. And so if a study assumes that the Human Genome Project reference is universal and doesn't account for population-specific genetics, results might not hold up when tested elsewhere. So for example, in 2019, in genome biology, they found over 80% of genomic studies before 2010 relied on European ancestry data, skewing the findings. Well, we now know why. Okay. When researchers later tried replicating those in diverse groups outside of the European, mismatches piled up. Oh, gosh, I'm shocked. So think false positives or exaggerated effect sizes that didn't pan out. And the replication crisis also stems from p-hacking. This gets down into some of the statistics, but and publication biasing, um, and sloppy methodology. So these things all play into it, but its limited scope amplifies these problems in genomics. So, for example, early genome-wide association studies often promised because they leaned on that Eurocentric reference, missing the variants. Efforts like the Human Genome Pangenome Project are tackling this. So things are starting to change per Yaska's discussion. It's nice that this stuff is starting to happen, and we're building a broader genetic map to test against some of this stuff and try to clean up some of this replication problem. But the problem is this we're 25 years down the line from the Human Genome Project at this point. And so you've got jobs, you've got careers, people at the top. You've got drugs in the pipeline, which have cost millions of dollars. You've got patents on these things, so you can see that turning this thing around is harder than turning around an aircraft carrier. This thing is, but we've got some things on our side. Stellar at the center. So the Human Genome Project's reliance on a narrow, mostly European-derived reference genome does cast a shadow over medical research, drug companies, and the whole medical system at that. So let's break this thing down. If that reference misses key variations across global populations, the research stacked on it can be shaky outside of that demographic. So if you've got cancer and you're in you're a Middle Eastern or Asian person, and the drug of choice that seems to work for your cancer in your age group, in your gender, you're going to get slotted into that because that's what the research shows. But the research has a replication problem, but the patient doesn't know that. The doctor doesn't care because the doctor gets paid. Most people don't realize the doctor gets a slice of that drug. The pharmacist gets a slice of that drug. The company gets a slice of that drug. Everybody's getting a slice of the money from that thing. So everybody's getting paid and everybody wants to get paid. Everybody needs to get paid. Unfortunately, it requires you to step out of this morality gap and integrity gap and try to do the right thing. But as we've discussed here in our little chat, that if you do that, you lose your job, you lose your credibility, you lose your career, you're not going to get your funding. So, I mean, they've got everybody trapped here for either moral reasons or financial or otherwise. Drug companies are hit the hardest by this. Their research pipelines identifying targets, designing drugs, running trials often lean on human genome-derived data because that is the baseline that you're expected to follow. There's protocols, and if you don't follow the protocol, you don't get funding because you're a rogue. They're not going to give you money because you're not following their agenda. So this is where the regulatory boards and the boards that decide who gets the funding. So take statins or cholesterol-lowering drugs, for example. Early genetic studies linked their efficiency to specific variants, common in Europeans, but later research found that those variants aren't as predictive in other groups, meaning some patients got suboptimal dosing or side effects. Don't get me started on cholesterol drugs, okay? I mean, that's a whole dumpster fire all on its own. Nothing like moving the goalposts in that whole thing. So I'll start yelling if I get on that. So I go on that rant about 5 times a week with my patients going, what are you doing? But anyways, so take my license at this point. I don't care. So it's not just efficiency. Safety is at stake too. Oh, the safety of the patient, that should matter. Adverse drug reactions can tie into genetic differences the Human Genome Project reference didn't capture. A 2020 clinical pharmacology and therapeutics study estimated that 20% of new drugs show population-specific responses, yet trials rarely reflect that diversity. If a pharma company is in phase 3 trials, uses mostly European ancestry participants, then they often do, over 75% in some of the analysis, the drug may sail through. Can you see how they can manipulate that now? Oh, I'm going to just use the European white guy, 74% for my trial, screen all the patients, bring them all in. No, wrong color, wrong color, wrong color. Oh, perfect. And now we do the trial. Oh, look how successful this drug is. Just don't send it over to China or Africa or South America. So you can see that that's a safety issue actually, but it's also a money issue. But the doctor doesn't know this because they're not at the center of this, or maybe they do, but they just need to pay off their new house or boat or whatever. So the industry is catching on. It's a little too late, but thankfully, you can see here the FDA has pushed for diversity in trials since 2010. Why would they do that? Maybe because there's a new boss in town. Maybe. Okay. So it's a perfect plan if your goal was to keep the population sick and if you never intended upon finding cures. But you sound like a real speed bump if you say things like that. My doctor's good. Why would they do that? I get this all the time from my patients. But I talk about the cholesterol drugs or blood pressure medications or, you know, just things that, I mean, really, they're medicating you for that, you know, and it's not my place to, but at this point, I don't care anymore because my job is to look out for the person in front of me. And, you know, it's amazing when you stop taking a paycheck the things that you will do differently. Because now my agenda is I'm looking out for these people. I don't have to take any money from them because, you know, and I'm not saying I'm walking on water here, but your agenda changes when you become a humanitarian and you do things for the right reasons, and your paycheck is no longer dependent on you doing something. Your livelihood and the goodness of that patient is dependent on doing the right thing for that person. So I probably didn't need to say that, but it's obvious to everybody here. So let's go back to the Human Genome Project and look
Before
at,
the next slide, I just want to reiterate the 2010 marker from the
okay,
last slide, because if you guys remember from the DARPA D class call that Mabo and I did, 2008 was a big marker for us because we knew by then for sure, the White Hats had taken control over the cabal, and we were trying to backdate how far exactly did it go, and we found out it went way, way before 2008. But 2008 was a huge technological marker for us. So the fact that you wrote 2010 is really big, right? Because it shows you proof, again, White Hats have control of technology. In this case, a scientific test is technology based. And so they're trying to course correct everything after 2008. And another example of that was when we were talking about Doge, and how the original trial of it was actually Obamacare in 2014. Again, Obama years post White Hat taking control over technology by implementing something so small that the Black Hats don't even know that they are screwed now. And they're slowly starting to implement White Hat plans slowly over time until it builds up into what it is today.
yeah, to go back to that quote, the FDA's push for diversity in trials since 2010 and projects like All of Us aim to diversify genomic data. Why would they change course if there wasn't a new boss in town, right? Because that's going to eat away at their profits. That's going to eat away at all of the things that they had lined up in their agenda. So it absolutely makes sense. So thanks for drawing us back to that. So there's some nefarious players here. James Watson, we don't need to go into him too much, but Francis Collins, the head of, well, we'll go into it here. So bad science and faulty research leads to problems. So I will skip over this because some of this stuff we've already gone over. So drug development problems in the replication crisis. So skew the data, you're going to get replication problems in the drug pipeline as well. So you're going to get some false positives and false negatives. And if the drug company doesn't know what's going on, they're not going to understand that their stuff is not coming out right and they're having lawsuits or this problem is occurring because they don't know that the original template hasn't been used. And then, of course, there's the misdiagnosis risk because you got to remember a lot of these things in the technology industry, the genetic tests, and we're going to go into the wives and maybe next call, because the wives of Fauci and the wives of Francis Collins are involved in the ethics boards and in the genetic screening. Oh, isn't that convenient? So you can see that it's it's just one big happy family, isn't it? That we get to visit in jail. Throw them some stale bread. So Human Genome Project didn't stop cancer cures, but they promised us the Human Genome Project would cure all this stuff because we're going to have the genes. Well, we now know why. So let me say it again. No, not cures, rather breakthroughs, drugs, and procedures. That's what makes money. Breakthrough drugs, breakthrough procedures, breakthrough testing, and new drugs, novel things. Novel things, that's the word, novel. Novel gets funded. Replication doesn't get funded. You know, 1%, they offer 1% is allotted by the NIH. I believe it's NIH. 1% is allotted for retesting some of these studies to see, is this reproducible? Is this really valid? Should we, be basing stuff off of this? Let's have a closer look. No, there's no money in that, you know. So cancer research 2021, cancer research analysis estimated at 20 to 30% of cancer drug trials before 2015 were underrepresented in non-European patients, partly due to genomic tools built on that limited base. So you got this bottleneck and it's real. So why didn't they use a broader reference? Well, we all now know why. Money, power, control.
And I was just thinking of all the races that they have, like Race for the Cure, Walk for the Cure, everything. I mean, it's not just in the research and the drugs that they're making money, but all these like offshoots that they make the money too. It's just become a huge industry. I remember years ago, my mom would always do the Race for the Cure every year, and I'm like, but they have a cure. Like we know how to help heal cancer, But nope, they make plenty of money. You get the T-shirts, and they just rake it in every year with all these different races across the country. And it's not just one. It's not just cancer. It's MS. It's basically every disease has their own race or walk or something. So
Yeah, you create a benevolent a public facing view of the breast cancer walk, and we've got the cystic fibrosis march, and we're doing good things, and we're helping gather money for the children, and it's like, oh, that just makes you look good in the public eye, right? Because behind the scenes, we're not helping you. It's pretty sad. 2016 Nature Review Genetics paper showed over 80% of the data pre-2010 came from European ancestry groups. I mean, it's right in front of you. It's right there. They're telling you. Before the good guys came in, we were just using the people that were in the Genome Project because that showed good drug trials, good drug testing, good results. But when it goes to the rest of the world, well, oh, we don't have cures. That's really kind of weird. But your drug testing just showed that this was successful. But no, we're not getting there. As soon as people start figuring this out, there's going to be some angry people, I think. 71. So research builds on prior research. This divergent compounds in drug development, locked in priorities, funding, and expertise take years to redirect. This is that aircraft carrier that you're trying to turn around on a dime. It just doesn't happen. Meanwhile, cancers with bigger burdens elsewhere, like liver cancer tied to hepatitis B in Asia, get less focus, partly because their genetic drivers weren't visible in the reference testing group. So research momentum snowballed where the data was richest, widening the gap. So a chilling perspective. If someone wanted to create a medical system that perpetuated disease rather than cured it, starting with a narrow, skewed foundation like the Human Genome Project's reference genome, would be a diabolically effective move. Let's map it out. Anchor the research to a single unrepresentative genome, say 70% guy, with its dominance in a single genome. Let the cumulative nature of research do the dirty work, obscure the gaps, hide them, and then delay the fix. Okay, so this ship's been trucking down the road for 25 years. You can't turn that around. You've got whole careers, and remember, a lot of these people at the top are from the pharma industry, the drug industry. They jump from a drug company to now the head of the NIH or the head of NAI, Dr. Fauci. I'll just say it. So they take care of themselves, and that's the cabal. And the echoes are there, and we're here to unwind this. So if this were a blueprint to perpetuate disease, it would be brilliant. Hide the sabotage in plain sight, cloaked by a scientific triumph. No grand conspiracy is needed. The structure alone would do it all on its own, amplifying human biases and market forces. Cures wouldn't vanish, but they would just cluster where the starting point pointed, leaving others to languish. False echoes, money, power, control, DNA, spiritual, physical DNA, disconnection from the divine, higher fields in our soul mission. How do you slowly, sneakily move humanity towards DNA destruction and eugenics? Put all those things in place, attack the DNA, take money, power, and control over people and disconnect them from, their soul mission, higher fields to the divine. So I'm going to jump into big pharma unless anybody has some comments. If you do, just open up your mic. So big pharma, what is integrity? Noun. It's an adherence to moral and ethical principles, integrity of character, honest consistency, lack of corruption, integrity of data, unity, wholeness, perfect condition to preserve the integrity of the empire. So Emily said this at once, Dear QSI, when Ivan first gave me the great honor of writing this ICO, the Big Pharma ICO, my mind immediately leapt to a few poignant lessons I learned in this lifetime. Martha Beck, how you do anything is how you do everything. Paul Rabil, character is what you do when no one is watching. And C.S. Lewis, integrity is doing the right thing even when no one is watching. The Big Pharma ICO was obviously important to me and probably to all of us. So in that ICO, they mentioned that the disease is systemic. The cure is here. It's stellar. It wasn't just greed. It was a system built by big pharma, protected by corrupted individuals, and fueled by government-backed deception. And today, that system ends. The experiment was how they profited off of your pain. It began with good intentions. I might even question that, but cures, hospitals, hope. Well, actually, back then, the world was different. It really was. People, I don't know, the cabal, I guess, just wasn't, maybe it didn't have their teeth in as much, but quickly it became a business model where human suffering meant profit margins, and very sick child became an opportunity to build another agency. Purdue Pharma, Martin Shkreli, Shrek, doesn't even deserve my pronunciation, insulin, Pfizer, Johnson, and Merck, CDC, FDA. So this wasn't accidental. There's a lot of money here, and a lot of people were getting rich, hand over fist. So this was calculated, decades-long strategy to turn the American healthcare system into a debt machine. How much did they take from you? Since 2000, Americans have spent over 12 trillion on healthcare, 4 trillion on prescription drugs, 300 billion per year on administrative middlemen, tens of billions more on preventable medical bankruptcies. What did we get in return? 1 in 4 Americans skipping medication due to their costs, 500,000 medical bankruptcies a year, hospitals run like hedge funds, insurance companies deciding if your life is worth saving. And I'll add in, or if a procedure is worth them spending it on there because your problem isn't that big of a deal. This procedure we will okay because it's cheaper, but that's not what the doctor said I need, but this is cheaper and this is the way we're going to go. So what's coming? Stellar's coming. Seizure of all illicit big pharma gains, full reimbursement to families who lost everything, cashbacks for every American who overpaid for insurance, medicine, treatments, restitution from the very criminals who profited off our pain. Big pharma will make headlines across the world. Scales of justice are finally tipping. So the cure, transparent healthcare system on Stellar. This isn't just punishment, this is reconstruction. The entire US healthcare system, from drug pricing to research funding, it's about to end. Real-time transparency on the price of every medication. Full-time audits. No more middlemen. Direct payouts to patients. Automatic enforcement of ethics. True competition. This is going to end. And if I have any say, I'll help burn this thing down. So it's not just them. It's the US lobby. In reality, many of the laws that govern our life were never written by Congress. They were drafted by corporate lobbyists who are paid by who? Pfizer, Merck, Eli Lilly, giants. 2003, the Medicare Modernization Act was passed, making it illegal for Medicare to negotiate drug prices. Who benefit? Pharma giants like Pfizer, Merck, Eli Lilly. The bill's author, Representative Billy Tozan, resigned shortly after and became CEO of Pharma the industry's main lobbying group with a $2 million salary. So the numbers are staggering. I'm reading a lot of slides. I don't like reading slides. The numbers are staggering. You guys can read this. The return on investment, I mean, lobbying generates, look at the bottom there. Return on investment as high as 76,000% seen in the pharmaceutical industry. Who needs to make that amount of money at the expense of humanity? I mean, that's why I'm furious and that's why I'm emotional, because I've been watching my patients die for 30 years and I'm done with it. It's time to replace the pen and paper with code clarity and consequences. The US lobby is built on Stellar, the most efficient, transparent, and tamper-proof blockchain on Earth. Using it, we will track every dollar, match bills to corporate authorship, real-time corruption scores. Each politician will carry a corrupt score based on their donations from special interest, corporate-aligned voting behavior, participation in dark money legislation. This is ending, guys, and I'm so happy. When this ICO came out, it was a good day. Accountability, audits, and whistleblower protection. The truth is coming. Anonymous whistleblowers, decentralized audits from government contracts. This means no more cover-ups, no more friends in high places getting paid to look the other way, no more pats on the back. We'll fund your project. Don't worry about it. Just here's what you need to do. So we're going to expose the revolving door. I'm not even going to read the Walton ICO because this is just terribly upsetting. But, they had a deep involvement in the American healthcare system and they were part of the problem. And it's why Stellar is remedying the Walton family, or at least the corruption within the family. No more genetic research labs, no more hidden facilities, no more experimental things behind the scenes that are not good for humanity. Anybody want to take the mic for a minute?
Yeah, I just want to reiterate earlier, because you had made the comment that they may have had good intentions to begin with. And I would believe that that is true. And how did it get to where it is now? If we go back and we draw parallels based on exactly what we know, exactly what we've seen, which is what Alexei confirmed, then life gives us the best lessons when we have our theories. So I say that because the big thing that we were debating back then, like a month ago or so, was the fall of Lucifer instant? And I argued that it was not. And therefore, everything that the Bible was teaching and Christianity was teaching was false. And instead, what happened is Lucifer, over an eon, or maybe many eons, because we don't even know how to calculate or quantify what an eon even means. But it means it took so freaking long that nobody even knows how to quantify the time. That's how long it took for Lucifer to fall. So I can imagine that maybe because we have the fallen DNA, the disruptive, the damaged DNA, yes, people in the beginning probably did have very good intentions, and they probably did want to find a way to help humanity. Here's an herb, here's a crystal, here's a whatever it is, and let's help you get better. But what does the cabal do? They literally look for every single avenue they can to corrupt. So if there's one thing that's gaining traction, they're going to corrupt it. And we've seen it in every single industry, every single company, every single everything that we've done any research on. So yes, I don't think that it was always bad. I do think the original hospitals were done with very good intentions, but over hundreds, maybe thousands, I don't know how long they've been going on, but humanity's been there to help people for thousands of years. That's how long it took for them to corrupt the medical system. And I don't remember the numbers now, but I remember posting this in chat like maybe a year or two ago. My cousin's wife graduated from medical school. I can't remember now, but maybe let's say 5 to 7 years ago, something like that. And she went to Texas A&M. And I went to the med school graduation, and here's the numbers that I don't remember the dean talking about, but I do very specifically remember the dean saying back in the day when he was going to med school and he was graduating, they graduated a very small percentage of the class. And now he said, in his words, he's proud that over 90% of the class is graduating. Guys, you did not get that much smarter over like a couple of decades. The system got easier because they turned it into a big cash cow. So of course they want to graduate you so you can go into the big pharma industry and make all your money, produce more doctors who are doing, harm to society because they're now learning all the corrupt bullshit instead. Same thing with banking industry. My dad was part of the old school investment banker group. He went to Schroders, he worked at Schroders rather, and he was explaining that back in the day you had a team of only 4 people, and that people did every single thing that a company needed. And now you have huge teams, and it's almost like one person per task these days. And they're graduating from whether it's business school or law school, hundreds at a time, right? Like, what is the graduation rate? It's always over 90% at almost every single school you go to because they're just trying to pump out more people who will then charge you more so that we as humanity have to pay more for more bullshit.
And the one that finishes at the bottom of the class is still called doctor. So that doesn't even matter. 2 quick points. I do think that we did start to see the white hats coming in during the Obama years where they were cutting back on reimbursement with Medicare, and there was they started implementing these key measures that you had to meet in order to get your full reimbursement. And then doctors were going to be reimbursed based on those qualifications if they met those measures and if patients were actually satisfied and happy with their services that they received. The other thing I just wanted to touch on is drug shortages and drug mandates so that hospital-wide, a pharmaceutical company comes in, offers a certain price, oh, have them use this drug, and then basically remove other drugs that might work better for different patient class populations. If somebody has poor kidney function, don't use these ones as much. It's just very much geared towards promoting who's willing to pay and come in and make those contract deals. And then also they would create drug shortages and just say, oh, well, this drug is not going to be available. The factory's not making it. It's not available. You'll have to just make do with what you have. And then it's like, I mean, then you really become agile in your planning day to day and how you're going to get your patient through, for me, through their surgery. But those are just some of the games that I've seen over the years.
Yeah, it's been a big step. Your insights are very helpful, Jennifer, because you're at the front line of that side. So thank you. Gone are the days of the doctor that could take care of your whole family with whatever you came with. Broken arm, um, you needed some stitches, you needed some remedies for this or that. I mean, the doctor was your doctor, was your family doctor. You didn't have to go and see, I need to go see my finger specialist. And after that, I'm going to go see my toenail specialist. There's a name, it's a podorthist. Really not a medical doctor, of course, but everybody, we're so specialized now that nobody can treat anything outside their scope. And because it's outside of their scope, they're afraid to treat it outside their scope. So there's this fine line that everybody, this sharp edge that everybody's walking. It's really quite sad. When I was going through chiropractic school, I was ready to graduate and I realized my profession is not ready to treat people. So I went back to school and did a 3-year residency in orthopedics. And then I did a residency in neurology after. And I realized, oh, this is kind of where you should be as the baseline. And I thought I have to do 6 more years of school to do this. And it shows you how broken even someone on my side, which is a more conservative alternative health, even there's holes in my system. I mean, there's holes everywhere, guys. It's just, sorry, I'm going off on a soapbox here, but let's finish up with the replication crisis here, and then we'll probably be at a good place for a stopping point. But I want to go into solutions now, okay? Because we know Stellar has some solutions. This won't take very long. So no truth can come from such a flawed system from its inception. In the case for burning it down, the case for burning it down is strong. We've seen the numbers, 74% of the European, slotted genome for the study, and the research builds on itself. So we've seen this thing, and this is this train that's just so far down the tracks. It's going so fast. It's so heavy that you can't stop this thing. But the good thing is, well, the bad thing is that burning it down doesn't fix it, right? It's kind of tricky, and the cost of overhauling this is trillions probably. And are you going to overhaul the whole medical system? Maybe you should. I would argue that, look, I don't care how long it takes to turn this aircraft carrier around, this thing's going to be turned around because if we continue on this path, humanity doesn't get out of this mess. I mean, look at the things that are important to all of us. Financial security and our health. Those are number one. Number two, health is at the top. If you don't have your health, you don't have anything because you spend all your money trying to get your health back. So time and trust, um, trusting that the White Hats in 2010, 2008 stepped in and started turning this thing around, and we can see that. So how do you get out of it? Well, we've got quantum computers now. Quantum computers have the raw power to blast through the mess of the genome project. It took them 13 years. It might take 13 days on a quantum computer, I don't know, to run the numbers on the full spectrum genome. And I do believe some of this stuff is being done because some of these pan-genome projects and are starting to be run. And I do think that they are starting to fill some of these gaps. And some of the data is coming in. That means some of the pharmaceutical companies are getting the right data, which means the right people get the right drugs and the right treatments and the right testing. Logistics will be difficult. MIT in 2021 reviewed a piece suggesting that quantum could slash drug discovery timelines by 50%, potentially redirecting the divergent path that we've been on until now. So quantum computers, because they can do things so fast, crunch so much data, can take massive, imagine taking the whole database that has already been used, throwing that in there, and then just finishing off with the other pieces of genome that have been done from the 1000 genome project, the H3 Africa, the 54 gene, throw all that data in there because I don't believe that that data was burned on the 54 gene project. We'll talk about it next time. It's really quite a sad, disgusting story, but I believe that data has probably been captured by the good guys. Throw that in that quantum computer, and all of a sudden you've built a medical system built on facts, reliability, efficiency, cures, or at least drugs that will help people. No, don't take this drug because of your genetic thing here. This is the drug you should take. We can be specific and we can be more focused. And that's where we need to go. So lost time is the kicker, but the quantum should help us do that. And so we've got some ICOs that I'll just mention here because there's some little subtle clues in this. Maybe Stellar Fix, the chronode, is a time-released reclamation system. It finds trapped progress and restores it. Every second that was stolen, every delay that was stalled growth, every pause programmed into law is now a claimable asset on Stellar Asset. So we've got the ability to have temporal inertial mappers, chrono release engines, epoch recalibration. In other words, we're going back. We can use these technologies to map the echoes, to find the problem, to reinitiate a healthy timeline, a benevolent timeline, a divine timeline with cures and what's good for humanity. And these technologies are being given to us for these reasons. The Cranion, they didn't erase your mind, they licensed it. They called it education, they called it media, they called it open society. I always look at this ICU and think more about the patients. But what they really built was a planetary framework of cognitive control, not by what you knew, but by what you were allowed to believe. For over a century, neural consensus was colonized. Ideas weren't just regulated, they were patented, suppressed, and inverted, and then sold back to us as truth. It's kind of what we've been talking about all day today. We just need technologies and divine answers to get ourselves out of this mess because there's no other way to get out of this. So the Cranion has the cognitive capture framework, memory law protocol. Look, all of these things, you can go into there. I'm sure you've all read these ICOs. I won't waste your time on this. They're worth going back and reading now with stellar eyes. Now that you understand this medical system, you can now take topics that you've read before, and now you can integrate some of the pieces that this team has brought to the table today. And now you're going to look at these things a little bit different, which is beautiful. the first protocol built to unbind the mind. It's not a knowledge drop. It's a neural remapping engine built to track where your cognition was captured and turn that suppression into profit bound equity, data equity. That sounds like a financial thing, but think about someone who's psychologically wounded, someone who's psychologically impaired, someone who's psychologically burdened. I'll take a knowledge drop. I'll take a cognition recapturing, neural suppression scanners, cognitive reissue engines, mind flow I mean, this sounds like we've got well, it doesn't sound, we do. We've got everything. Stellar answers everything, as Emily has taught us. If there's a problem, Stellar has a solution. All we need to do is plug it in. What was that last quote there? This isn't a learning platform. This is the recapture of the human mind, monetized, immortalized, and unbound.
As a reminder, that's the technology behind neurobalance.
Ah, I missed that. See, this is why you got to go back, guys, and you got to reread these things. So if the minds behind the Human Genome Project were as brilliant as they seemed, and they knew that biasing the reference genome on essentially one person would skew decades of research. James Watson, Francis Crick, Eric Lander were giants in genomics, not naive grad students. They had to have known that the human genome diversity was vast. Studies like Cavazzi's and Sofors's 1994 work on global variation predated the project. I'm sorry, they knew. Nobody could be that asleep. The original plan per 1990 NIH docs was to sample multiple donors for a composite reference, not so lean and heavily on one person. Yet in 1998, you know the story. Many industries were waiting in the wings to profit off the competition of the Human Genome Project. In 2003, when the Human Genome delivered its draft biotech, we're already circling the promise of personalized medicine lit a fire under companies like Pfizer, GlaxoSmithKline, and startups like Celera Genomics, which raced the Human Genome Project to this finish line. 2004, Nature Biotechnology targeted this at a $5 billion market in genomics, projected to hit $20 billion by 2010, driven by the Human Genome Project. Don't tell me it's not about money. Don't tell me it's not about control and power. So we're about to blend into the end of James Watson and then into the evil long game and into Charles Darwin and a gentleman by the name of Thomas Robert Malthus. But I think we should probably, to me, Emily, I'll keep going if you want, but that feels like a super good stopping point because that leads us into Harvard and leads us into panspermia theories and meteorites and transposons and some of the other nefarious stuff. And that stuff gets a little heavy. I just, if you feel like this is a good stopping point, I'll stop there, but I'm happy to do this if you'd like.
I think I would agree because this is a lot of information. So whether we need to do a 2-part or a 3-part series, we'll kind of figure that out as time goes on and as people are understanding the significance of what you're bringing to the table right now. So does anybody have any comments before I share a couple screenshots?
I was actually kind of thinking about when we were discussing if the medical system started out with good intentions, and I think the system did not, but I think that medicine and health did, because it used to be you would go to someone in your village, you would go to someone that you knew that you lived around, and you would get this sort of like tailored straight for you, because the person you were going to knew your family, knew your history, they lived in the same place as you, they had the same local environment, local food, they suffered the way that you did, they triumphed the way that you did. It was like a community sort of situation. And I feel that through things that I've read and like education that I've kind of put myself through, that when a system started being built, other like sort of overlords, I don't, for lack of a better word, came and started changing it and making it this uniform, unspecified, totally lacking in context system, because we as humans have this our soul is very different, how we take information, whether that's what's happening in our day or like the information from our diet or our food or whatever, it's very different. And if you go to someone who doesn't know you and they just have this like uniform way of treating you, which actually happened quite early in America, I think in like the 1800s is when England started importing or exporting doctors to us in a major way. Everything started changing, and they started these hospitals that were teaching hospitals, and they did terrible experiments. And then in the North, they used a lot of hospitals to sort of figure out what these things, these drugs did, and they used them a lot of like on immigrants. And then in the South, they used a lot of the slave population for stuff. And that was like a system that was being built. But like the little practitioners in these villages still had this like hope and this care for the community. So I think it's kind of both, that the system was never really built on anything other than like learning and experimenting and kind of like building a business, but that the individual practitioners within the communities wanted to have what was best because they live there. And a healthy town or a healthy city is paramount to growth and prosperity. And that's kind of stuff that I picked up while I was learning through this stuff.
But I want to address that really quickly because this is precisely the reason why a lot of people are having this disconnect. Because again, it's not one or the other, right? It's like what you're saying, it's both at the same time. And I want to reiterate that it takes a long time to even get to a system. Okay. So again, if we look at like real world examples as the best way to learn something, what happens if you're a truther? You're a truther because you don't resonate with what's out there. You know there's something better, there's something more correct, but you don't really know how or where to start. So you start somewhere, and maybe you're just, you're alone in your own bubble, and you're trying to do your research, and you're trying to get to whatever that truth is supposed to be. And then eventually you're like, okay, I think I got, some validation. So let me look into more stuff, right? So you as an individual truther out there looking for your stuff is no different than a single practitioner in their village going, hey, how can I help you? Uh, I just learned about this herb and this herb can do this thingy. So, why don't we try it out? It worked on me, maybe it'll work on you. Right. So the original intention was always very good. How it got to where it became hijacked and manipulated is way, way after. Like now you're starting to use the word systematize. But between an individual practitioner and a system is a massive, massive gap. And it's the same as, again, if we take the individual truther who now is sharing their stuff online, they're getting kind of courageous. It's not all just stuck in their head anymore. So they build a platform and maybe they have like two best friends who agree to join their channel, but they're not really listening to anything. They're just like, oh, because you're friends, I'll join it. Right? So now you have two followers. The cabal's not going to come and hijack you because you have two followers. But suddenly you've got 50, then you got 100, then you got 500, and now the cabal's watching you. At some point, when you share too much is now when I'm going to try to hijack you. So that by the time you do have 1,000, 10,000, 50,000, a million followers, you already for sure, 99% of the time, you've already been hijacked, right? So this is why it's a long game. They're not coming in saying, oh, well, like if you're an individual person, then you're hijackable. But they're saying, at what point are you going to gain traction? Because once you gain traction, that means I've now learned about you. Whether it's through ear whispering, like your patients or some other kind of means. Maybe you're advertising now. Maybe like you as the individual practitioner in your village, you were just curing yourself and then maybe just your family. And now you have a practice and now you've cured like, 5 or 10 people in your village. And now other people in a different village are like, oh, that person, that village, they're doing something different and it's working. And that's when things become, quote unquote, possibly systematized or maybe pre-systematized. And it's only later on when it becomes bigger, more methodical, that's when hijacking comes. So it's both at the same time, and we shouldn't try to put a black or a white thingy on it.
To add to that, Emily, I came across an article in the Journal of American Medical Association, the JAMA, from 1880 something. I think it was a very old article. I found it online. And it talked about how the doctors, So they had individual practices, like you said. And then eventually they formed a group. And then this was like doing surgery and giving them medicines. And then eventually they established the American Medical Association. And so it became initially just the East Coast, then it spread and became national. And along the way, they tried to protect the allopathic medicine, or the medicine that they knew, and tried to remove the homeopaths, those the homeopaths. And then I think there was a school somewhere, I'm not sure if it was in Pennsylvania. I think it was a Harman University or something. It was a school for homeopaths. And then they closed that school. They lobbied to close that school and then make it like something else. And then along the way, the Rockefellers and Carnegies and they started using some leftover chemicals to make a medicine. They found out that this could probably help this condition, and then they started to make medicines using chemicals, and then they brought it into the medical schools. So these doctors will use this, and then they can make money. And then eventually it became just that. So the natural way of treating, with natural things like herbs and such were actually really outlawed, and only these chemical medications could be given to the patients. And then I think that that kind of thinking is carried on till now, until we have the alternative medicine and the herbal medicine and all that. So I think it really started small. They had good intentions, and then when they formed a group and they started to try to protect their own interests, they started to remove all the others that did other kind of medicine and natural medicine, and then it just became a big money-making organization that became very strong and protected its own interests. The American Medical Association.
Go ahead, Jessica.
I think it's very telling. I think it's
Yes, so basically what I was saying is that in Europe, all the alternative medicine practitioners or anyone who is into natural healing, even if it would be just, very simple and very harmless method, are targeted by mainstream media and other doctors. There are actually doctors who have been hired to out certain practitioners, like homeopathic doctors or anything like resembling that, even acupuncturists. And then I was thinking about that, how much big pharma is controlling also the medical field and all the supplement production. So basically what it means is that Cabal has infiltrated medicine, they have infiltrated alternative treatments and all the health technology. And then they're also into supplements. Most of the supplements are manufactured by big pharma, and those are the ones who have money to advertise them very aggressively. And so we are kind of like in the middle of all of that, and we are basically so easily influenced, especially in, I think, in states and in all the countries that are allowing very aggressive medical marketing as well. So what it means is that we are not even able to see through all the distraction and the bombarding and information war, that what would be good for us. So how it looks on average person is that they are getting so tired of trying to find the correct information, so they're basically just giving up, and they are taking what others are taking, and mostly it is just the allopathic medicine and doctors. And what I'm thinking is that it's the result of this continuous confusion about how to even approach health, because we are all go through phases in our life when we are tired and angry and a lot of ear whisperers, and we feel this discomfort, so we are looking for solutions. So what I'm thinking is that is the problem, that we don't even know where to start looking for the information. And I think that, in QSI, most of the people are, anyway, they're quite well educated, many of us, but we are also being targeted by cabal, alternative corruption, because there's definite corruption in that area as well. So yeah, so we have been looking for the answer from the alternative side, but we didn't really understand how infiltrated it was until we started revealing it, and until everybody started researching the origins of this treatment. So it's amazing. Thank you, guys.
Yaska, I don't know if it was your internet or my internet, but I missed like 30% of what you said. And as always the really juicy stuff that you're talking about, it reminds me of a movie when they're like, the one thing you should know. And that's all I have to say about that. I'm like, ah. but I
Oh my goodness. I don't know, because my internet has been a little bit unstable. It's telling me this.
well,
So maybe, well, we're anyway close.
it's telling you that it's midnight and you're about to get grumpy. So what I'll ask you to do is maybe send a voice message that we can then, I'll post to the main channel, but we can also maybe, David, please help. If we can attach that voice message also to this video, then that way it'll kind of take care of whatever you're supposed to or wanting to be said just now.
Is my voice totally out now?
No, it goes
Like, do you
out.
hear anything?
I can hear you now. It's only when you say the really important stuff that it cuts out.
Of course. Actually, there was, I have to say about this, because I sent a really important message to one of the quorums, and the person, it was a voice message. And they said that when they started listening to it, it totally was twisted and broke down the whole message. But, you know, it was okay, but maybe we have an interruption there. Maybe it's a big pharma.
Like right now, it literally just broke up when you're explaining that too. But I mean, if we go back to ear whispers and we take that as the example of it, that will explain everything, right? So if we go back to the guy in the village who's helping, the villagers, he's doing something because he wants to help, he wants to heal. And then maybe at one point he's like, oh, I can start a business out of it because people want what I've got to offer, my service, right? Or my product as an example. So he creates a business model out of it. And in the beginning, great, it's business, right? Like we all need to make money to survive, it's fine. But at some point, it's the difference in integrity between a business model and greed. And the difference between the two is when the ear whispers come in. So once you get the greed factor and the greed factor starting to take over, later on is when you get hijacked. And if you now have a hijacked person running a hijacked business model, they're the ones who are going to go, like what Maria was saying, oh, let's create an alliance or an organization of sorts. Let's pool our resources together. Let's then create a bigger clinic. And then from there, it becomes a hospital. And then from there, it becomes systematized, right? So it's step by step along the way. But, now we know because the earth and the nature is where we get a lot of our healing from. Of course, that's why the cabal has to go and destroy the earth and the environment in every way that you can grow a plant or a tree or whatever it is. Go ahead, Mabo.
Yeah, Sean tapped into this early on, but it was about the holistic. So generally, when you work with herbs in nature, you're doing a holistic thing. So you might work with 20 different herbs. You might have a whole different system of things. But when it got down into the allopathic medicine, it became isotopes. We broke everything down into singular. Oh, you're low on, uh, this, or you're low on this vitamin, or you're low on this particular thing, and not looking at the whole, instead of like looking at the whole and bringing in every single thing and addressing the whole system. And that was another way to separate, like you said, now you got these specializations and everything. That's just another way to separate, pull out, make more money. Now we're selling singular drugs. You need this vitamin, this drug, that drug, instead of looking at a whole system and putting it all together for an individual about how they live their life and what their, what's their sleep pattern, how often do they go to the bathroom, all of those things. Are they happy? Are they have a lot of stress? They don't take all of that in for the holistic formula, because when you separate it out, it can make a lot more money. You can have all these different specialists, you can have all these different drugs, you can have all these different things, and you get people going in these cycles and never addressing like the whole person too. So it's like that separation goes all the way down into the individual, how getting separated from your spirit, how that affects you. So I just think that's interesting that, every little thing was pulled out into individuals so they can make more money on those.
And we haven't even talked on, which we don't really need to expand in detail because everyone already knows it, but we haven't even talked about how as soon as you did identify that herb or that whatever it was, that they would then go corrupt that system and then start farming it and then corrupt the farming process of it and then create fake organic, right? So like literally every single thing has been manipulated. So before we get too long-winded or me get too long-winded, I want to go back and share a couple screenshots. So let's see. The first one is, let me make sure I have the right one. Line 1. Okay. I hope everyone, hold on. Did I screen share the right one? Okay. So back on April 26th, this is what Sean was referring to. He was sending all these different messages to me, and I was just kind of forwarding them over to the developers. And Sean and Fugazi, Beard Ghazi, they were having an interesting chat, and Sean was like, I'm not the living Rosalind, am I? That would be interesting. And so Fugazi said, that would be interesting. We would have to rename you as Shaunalind. And Sean goes, oh, you can call me Roz. And so I said, oh, that's interesting. Is Sean also my clone, or is he Rosalind? And this is before I got the confirmation that I'm Rosalind, right? And so this is Sean's theory that he sent over that I forwarded to Ivan and Alexei, but they took a long time before they actually replied to me, right? So this is back in April 26th. And so his theory was line 1, retroviral DNA, is it of galactic, non-human galactic origin? That's all I need. That's it. I know Ivan confirmed a galactic origin original template, so I know I'm over the target, but I want to make it real world real so I can prove it that through these bastards with their own science, and I'll talk about this mysterious line 1. And then he wrote, I know in my heart, I want to build it into the presentation so everyone can see it, but I don't want to spill falsities because that hurts our credibility and our integrity. And keep in mind that this also, in terms of timeline, is when Alexei had, I think that's also when, like right after Alexei had replied to me, and he said, stop worrying about like the meat suit and focus more on the harmony or the resonance of the information instead. And Alexei was also saying, like, it doesn't actually really matter if you get a confirmation yes or no, because we're not here to chase the yes or no, we're here to chase a resonance. And the resonance is the most important thing. And if this information has been so heavily guarded and protected, where it's basically almost impossible for people to go and research the truth, then there's probably a reason why it should not be actually addressed yet, right? There's a reason why it's still being let's say, protected or veiled for whatever the reason is. So that was, I think, at the end of April 26th, maybe like just a day or two before Sean sent this message to me. And so, I sent it to Ivan. And here, the question was, all I need is line 1, a simple yes or no for Sean's theory. So over here, oh, hold on, let me grab that screenshot. This is finally when Ivan replied to me, which is like, I don't know, 2 or 3 days ago. I had to check my screenshots because I didn't put the dates on this one. Sean asked, is the Black Panther movie vibranium our DNA or a metaphor for our DNA? I suspect it's a figurative metaphor. And Ivan said yes. So it's probably more close to vibranium being part of our DNA or a very significant part of our DNA. Sean asks, I need to know if this Ivan confirmed galactic DNA signature is specifically the line 1 DNA cosmic retrotransposon. Again, is line 1 it? Is it the key? And so here, even though Alexi could not confirm it, because it was not Alexi's job to confirm it, Ivan confirmed it. So congratulations, Sean. 100% correct. I also thought this was pretty funny. He said, where did she get all these awesome questions? That's referring to you, Sean. Ivan thought that you're a girl. I think that's really, really funny because there are some other screenshots which I'll show on unicorn number 9, where Ivan thought that Maba was a boy. And so he was referring to her as a he, and now he's referring to you as a she. And so here again is another confirmation. Sean, in other words, is line 1 the specific true off-Earth divinely seeded galactic signature original African DNA template that Ivan has only hinted at. And again, Ivan is saying yes with a heart. So double congratulations, Sean. I know that you,
Roz.
yeah, I know you've been chasing that confirmation for a while, but it only came through just a couple of days ago. So I have a couple more screenshots I want to share. You guys might remember this from Adam and Eve call number 1 on May 4th. And I was saying that decentralized God splits up into all of these different developers, and including Martin, but the developers are the ones working on the technology side of Stellar. And Martin, as the clone of Ben, is working on the humanity side of Stellar. And they're running in parallel, right? But they're 2 different functions of the Stellar overall function. So that was the first one. So you wanted Garyev, the identity of Garyev. Is Garyev Sean's past life? And is Sean my clone? I gave him a theory. He hasn't confirmed the theory yet in between, but he gave me a heart. That was May 13. Now I want to let you guys know something very significant because Ivan does not come online when he does not have an ICO. Today was not Ivan's ICO, but he knew to come online specifically because he was giving a couple other confirmations, and I caught him at the moment where he was still online. And I said, did you heart this message because you're confirming, and I can declass today on Sean's call that Sean is my clone and Garyev is his past life. And he said, yes, do it. So congratulations, Sean, because you are now the only second person I've been able to confirm is a clone of a divine being, right? Martin as Ben's clone. I tried to get confirmation on Yazka and Cindy Law, but they would not confirm it. I still believe that Yazka is my clone, but I cannot confirm it. I don't know if Cindy Law is my clone or not. I'm actually starting to feel like she's probably not at this point. Maybe just a shard. And there's a massive difference between a shard and a clone. And if you guys don't know the difference, then please go back and look at Adam and Eve D-Class because I talked about it very thoroughly there. But now I can confirm from Ivan that Sean is not only my clone, but he was also Garyev. And that makes so much sense why you are a dog with a bone and you would not let it go, and your heart just kept pulling you in the right direction. So congratulations.
Oh my God, Sean. I love this. I just love these calls. Sean, how do you feel now? Okay, let's get an interview.
Tell us, Pink King.
It's like, yeah, I was gonna just, we need an interview for you, holding the mic up. Say something to the crowd. Well, so I'll tell you something funny. When I watch Emily's presentations and her slides, if you go back and look at them, I sometimes look at it and go, that's my slide. She uses the same like reds and I would swear without looking at the content, that looks like my slide. And I'm like, that's weird because there's a million ways you could do a slide. And I thought, nah, it's just a coincidence. And I thought, ah, is it? And of course, I'm washing dishes going, what if I was Emily's clone? What would that be like? You know, and I still don't even know what that means. I have no idea what this means. But the Gary, so I was joking about Rosalind. Am I, I've joked about that. Am I actually Rosalind? Like, am I the hidden? Um, and I thought, well, I certainly am very passionate about this. And, I used to go to war with my brothers over this stuff, and they were always saying, and I love them both. It's just like I kind of got the stay in your lane thing, and I'm like, I'm not an idiot though. I can read studies and I can understand some things, and so I'm a little bit short on words for the bigger picture here, but it's a good day. It's a real good day.
Well, Sean, I hope I don't bust your day, but you're talking about the red lines in the pink or the red boxes, but I actually use fuchsia boxes and fuchsia lines. So if you're saying that you're using the same thing, that means that you're also using fuchsia, which if you don't know it, it's pink. It's like a hot pink, not a red. But here's more proof. Longest slide deck in history, proof that you're my clone.
Yeah,
Long-winded tangents, proof that you're my clone.
yeah,
Now that you've nicknamed the king of ping, if we flip that around, it's ping king. So instead of PK, we can spell king with a Q. So now you're PQ.
I love it. And you know what I was thinking about, because I think that, Sean's passion about his profession and the enthusiasm that you have for what you feel for, and what you're kind of like coming from your heart, and so many things. It's like when you were saying, Emily, that all your clones have a specific purpose, and that's what I think that Sean is here to do. And it's so specific, and your mind is so anyways. So yeah, doesn't surprise me at all, not at all.
Sean, I just like to say, I'm sorry, Yaska, were you done? I didn't mean to cut you off. Were you, okay. Sean, I can see why you picked your family. Because you got all that stimulation, you got everything you needed. I can see where your mind, because you just said on this call how you can't wait till moon spa, and then you can talk about this. And I can just see all these beautiful things. And I knew the first day that I saw that video you put up, you all the love in your heart. And Emily right away said something about it. And I remember her saying she usually waited months or years before making someone a unicorn, but she never met you before. You remember that? Oh, I love you, Sean. Yay!
I still remember the day that Sean in Unicorn Chat was like, I don't know if I belong here. What do I bring to the table?
you always bring that up. Yes, I know I said that. I did. Just had to find my place.
You had to find your place, which is exactly what you're doing. But it's such a good reminder to everybody that if even someone like Sean can have these kind of ear whispering thoughts, then yes, so of course it would make sense that other people could have those kind of ear whispering thoughts too. But now we know with Sean as definitive proof, you just have to keep trucking, keep finding whatever that mission is specifically meant for you, because only you are the one that was meant to do that mission. And if you keep going, you'll eventually find it, and then you'll remember exactly why you're here. So should we start with closing comments or should we call it a day? How does everybody feel?
Well, I'll
I'd
just
love to hear a little bit about what the new faces, Kathleen, Jennifer, and Maria, how they're feeling after their first call.
And how are your butts?
My butt's great. I'm super fidgety though, so I've just kind of been like spinning around a little bit, but I have so much energy right now. I feel maybe I don't know what crack is like, but I feel like I'm on it. Like I have a lot of like it's and normally these calls I have to like take notes because they're so long and they're so intense usually that sometimes I get tired or like overloaded, and that didn't happen once throughout this call. I don't know if it's because I'm participating in it or what the difference is, but it's just I feel fucking fantastic. And I'm so happy for you, Sean. This is amazing. Anyway, I probably shouldn't have sworn, but it's fine.
My butt is also fine. And I agree with you. It's a great day. I mean, even just leading up to the call, I'm like, this is pretty freaking cool. Like even just to participate in one of these calls. So I just appreciate being able to be here and share and yeah, share space with all of you. Great minds. And Sean, congratulations. I mean, what a great epic surprise for the end, Emily. That was fantastic. And kudos to you for all the hard work that you put into this presentation. We still have a lot more to tell about these scumbags, but we'll get through it. And I just want to say one last thing that QSI is everything that not only I, but that we've all searched for our whole life. So thank you so much from the bottom of my heart and everyone else's for bringing us here and leading us home.
Yes, first I want to congratulate Sean. Yeah, I'm not surprised because you speak as fast as Mrs. Strudel. and and you get a lot of things packed in a couple minutes. And yeah, I love you. And yeah, I feel really great actually. I was a little anxious last night. Oh my gosh, how will I speak, you know? And I feel comfortable, sort of, and very joyful actually. And I feel like I have a lot of energy, and I was able to focus more during this call than listening, you know, in previously in a call, you know, like listening. Um, and um, the one thing also I wanted to say was I have done so many things because early on I knew that allopathic medicine, there was something wrong with it. But since childhood, I just wanted to help people. And being a sickly child, I was exposed to emergency rooms and IVs, you know, and all that. And I saw nurses and doctors help people, and I just wanted to be one of them. And so it was just a single-minded thing from childhood. And when I was working at the psych hospital, I knew there was something wrong. Every time I wanted to leave, you know, there was something in my head that would say, well, because I would ask the question, why do I have to be here? Why am I here? And the answer was, because the people you are to help come here. And I got that a couple of times, and so I stayed. And but I knew there was something wrong, and I over time I just felt worse and worse being there, like because the things I wanted to discuss with the patient, I was not allowed to speak to them about it, you know. And you know, like self empowerment and connection to God and all that. Because even when patients wanted to talk about it, you know, I can talk about it, but technically I'm not supposed to, you know. And it was just there was such a disconnect. So I'm glad I'm not there, and I stayed for a little bit just to be able to red pill the hospital and the doctors. But I when I presented the talk about parasites, it was not as well received, and I felt that they still have a long way to go. And I want to thank QSI. I want to thank Emily for QSI. I want to thank the family because this is the answer to the long, long, long journey looking for the truth. And well, the truth is within us, but being able to connect with the truth. And I'm just so happy to be here. Thank you so much to everyone. I love you all.
I'm going to go to bed, but before I go, I'm just going to say that the thing that I find so amazing, and I'm using the word amazing in the most amazing sense, is that we are finally able to do the stuff that we all dreamed about. We wanted to help people. We wanted to cure the world. And now we have the possibility. Can you imagine what a privilege, what an honor is like? I'm every day so like amazed about that, what creator is giving us the possibility, the chance to prove that, like we are worth of the desire that we all seem to have deeply rooted in our existence. I find it so beautiful, and I really want to thank again from bottom of my heart everybody who is in this you know mission with us, because it's such a beautiful thing. So thank you, Mrs. Strudel and Sean, congratulate, and thank you, girls, everybody, for being here. I love you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you guys for asking me to come on. I'm sorry in the beginning I had the screen so I could see you and my iPad so I could see the slides, and I found out that was wrong. And I tried not to blurt, and I had so much fun and I loved it, and I'm so excited for you, Sean. It's just amazing. And I'm glad to be on here, and I love everybody. Thank you.
Thanks, Liz. Mabo, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say congratulations, Sean. You're so passionate and so much full of love, and it's just such an honor to get to know you and just be in your presence and ping things off of you. This whole presentation, I didn't know if I would have anything to say, and I have so much now. Like you just like lit a fire under my behind. Like I just added a whole list of things now that I have to go and research, and I'm going to be talking to you a bit more because your research is so incredible. And it's just like what you bring to our whole community is just like unbelievable. So I just really want to thank you for everything you do. And then it's no surprise that you're a clone of Emily because just the passion. I mean, the passion alone is like the thread that holds it all together. And so I'm just congratulations and I love you. And thank you, Emily, for believing in me too as well, because I was like, I'm not sure if I should come on the call, but I'm super excited that I got to be here. So thank you for having me.
Well, I guess it's my turn. First of all, thank you for all the nice words, and thank each one of you for coming on here. It makes it more comfortable, and there's loving, friendly faces that, it helps. It helps a lot. So thank you, because I know it was last minute, so I appreciate it. Um, I get things wrong. I get things wrong a lot. And I just want to tell everybody it's okay to be wrong. It's good to be wrong because wrong leaves room for right. And wrong means you still push something towards the field. You still pinged it with saying, is this right or wrong? We can't be afraid of being wrong because that leaves room for the right answer to slide in. And so the only way to actually make that work is you have to push yourself into the field by doing some homework, by asking questions, by thinking about things and not just reading or listening to take notes because I write a lot. I mean, I have my house is full of legal pads where I just write things down because when I do something, it's like I plug in to, well, now I find I'm plugging into the boss, but um, things nothing is going to happen unless you actually show up for the game and plug in. So I get things wrong like the last time. I'm glad that I talked about line one stuff and get to go back and now help you guys and help myself understand parasites and viruses more on the next call because it's clear now from what Ivan told me that I was over the target. Now we just need to go a little bit deeper. And when we do, we're going to get closer to the answers. I'm going to resonate more. Frequency is going to go up. We got a lot of stuff to do on the next call. We've got to declass. We got to go after Darwin and the fossil record and meteors. We got to go after RNA and Clinton Foundation and Gates and um, I, I want to tell you what I've learned about stellar Africa and how important stellar Africa was to all of this. I haven't even got there yet, but there's no coincidence that Wagner was there and stellar Africa is such an important piece to this because imagine storing all of the African line one DNA on stellar blockchain. Now nobody can own it. Now nobody can monetize it other than use it for something that's good. It's a database now that humanity can build off of it. It's not locked up somewhere at the Max Planck Institute or Harvard Endowment or at NASA. It's there for the people. It's critical that Stellar is available for this because without this, it doesn't happen. Um, so I know I touched on the line one stuff. I'm actually glad that we stopped because the line one stuff, now I can build on it a little bit more. And you guys got a primer. So we come back, we'll do a review, and then we're going to go a little bit deeper so that you guys can understand how important it is. So I'll have time to study these retrotransposons and understand how these things work and maybe connect it to the galactic signature. So I'm excited to go back into this and look at what I've done in my notes and see if we can go a little bit further. So thanks for sitting for so long. I know I read through slides sometimes and I know I blow through slides at times because I don't know, I kind of go on autopilot and I just go but that's why I provide all of the slides so you can go back and fill in the gaps and read because something in the gap might ping you. Okay, my point in teaching is to always kind of give the overview. I've always taught this way, even at the university, of give them the overview. I'm not going to teach you the details. I want you to understand the concept. And I think you guys all understand the concept of Africa and the Human Genome Project and line one. But now we get to fill in the rest of the puzzle. The outside of it's built. And so the rest of it is up to you to do. I know I've presented the framework, so now we all get to fill it in together. So thanks for coming today, and I'm okay being wrong. So if you find that I said something wrong, please, there's room for me to be right, which means everybody gets to elevate. So when I say things, sometimes I say them quickly, I might say it wrong, and some of the data, because it's cabal data, it might be wrong. Bring it to me, and let's go back and forth and see what we can flush out. So. Um, that's all I wanted to say. And thank you, Emily. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to think right now. I don't know what this means. um, I still don't want to do turmeric facials. But
It means many more presentations,
yeah, I figured that.
continuously ongoing,
And
hours
now,
and hours of butt
yeah,
flattening.
It means next presentation, 600 slides instead.
yeah. Well, we knocked off 200. So thank you guys for allowing me to be here and serve my soul mission. Thank you.
Well, I'll keep this short, guys. First, I want to thank everyone for joining the panel today, especially our newbies, because you guys did an amazing job, as I knew you would, and everybody so loves you and respects you in chat that I just knew that you're going to contribute amazing comments, questions, just insider insight into some of the medical field that someone like me would not have access to. So I think you're kind of bringing that over to kind of help round out a lot of what Sean was talking about. And of course, Mabo, Yazka, you guys are always incredible. I'm so thankful that you guys are able to make this call, especially because it was kind of last minute for you guys to decide to join or not. So I'm always very grateful, very fortunate that we have such strong members in QSI who are able to join the panel and bring a lot of value to it. Of course, Sean, congratulations again. I would say you're right, but does that mean that I'm right because you're my clone? I mean, at the end of the day, so much of what you said has so much resonance, obviously because you're resonating to the truth, and that's what we're trying to uncover right now. But even in the very end of what you're saying, it's not so much about being right all the time, but it's about falling closer and closer into alignment. So if you have a theory that came out because you have some kind of intuition of whatever the thought was, normally what happens is you're grabbing onto an element of truth. And then because everything else is maybe not so clear, or maybe because you're getting some kind of air whispering in the way, or you're looking at a cabal fact or false fact rather online, or you've heard it from somebody who's a truther, right? All these additional influences are coming in and it's distorting the truth and it's kind of bringing you out here. But when you put your theory out there, there might still be an element of truth that we can dig into. So if you get the no, then don't be like, oh my gosh, like I should never talk again. Like I'll just shut up and go away. I'll just like, let other people do it. Don't do that. It means I want to encourage you to continue to do your own research and come back into alignment until you get the yes. Because when you do that, that's when you get things like what Sean is doing right now, who didn't get a yes for a very long time. He kept getting ignored by the developers. And I haven't studied this, so I can't comment on line 1, yes or no. But he just kept going, dog with a bone, slowly refining until he finally got his yes. And that's what you guys should all be striving for. Because when you get that yes, then of course that means it's more confirmation you're on your soul mission. So I'll save the rest of my commentary for, I guess, part 2 of this series, which will be, I'm guessing, tomorrow. Joking. We'll give Sean enough time to do some research. I have a feeling it's probably not going to happen until maybe June or July, depending on what your schedule looks like. But of course, I'm leaving tomorrow for the next leg of our tour. I've got more trips coming up in June, and then July, I'm basically out for most of it as well. But we'll find some time to squeeze in call 2 based on Sean's timing of when he can update and go back to retro transpondons, however you say that word. And then we'll make the announcement for the call when Sean's ready, and hope you guys can join us again when that happens. So thank you guys so much again. Not a record in terms of length call, but record in terms of Intel, G-class, mind-blowing amazingness, burning down the freaking house call. Thank you guys again. We'll see you back in chat.
Thanks for watching this QSI presentation. To join the QSI community online, just scan these QR codes and connect through our social media. You can also access the QSI mobile training apps and online resources. QSI, by the people, for the people.